to Regenesis. I hope you're all well this morning. We want to start this good event so we can settle down. So, distinguished guests, our leading techies and architects of technology, corporate pioneers, and esteemed colleagues, good morning, and a warm welcome to Regenesis, Lagos, Nigeria. Are you all happy this morning? You don't look excited. You are? Good. So we look forward to an exciting day. And on behalf of the entire global faculty of Regenesis Education, the leadership team, we are led here by our chairman, Dr. Marco, our director in charge of Africa, Ms. Indarani. We have the country director for Nigeria, Ms. Vivian Okoye. Maybe they can stand up briefly and you can see them and give them a hearty clap as we welcome them to Lagos. Ms. Dr. Marco, Ms. Indarani. We have Viju and Vivian Okoye, who is the country director and our host here today. So welcome. So we are standing at a historic macroeconomic crossroads. The theme of this summit, the future of Nigeria in the age of AI. I'm sure you're all eager to learn and understand and contribute. Today is a day where we can't all afford, to sit aside and watch. We have to be part of the disruption. My name is Dr. Gitonga Mureithi. I'm the regional director, and part of my jurisdiction is West Africa and the Great Lakes region. And AI is part and parcel of what is driving us in this day and age. In Kenya, we say Karibu Sana. Can you attempt it? Karibu Sana, you're experts in it. Thank you so much. So it is our active economic reality that artificial intelligence is rapidly redrawing the boundaries of corporate survival, shifting the banking battlefields, the restructuring public healthcare, the execution of all, I would say all industries, especially in and across West Africa. As leaders, we face a complex multi-billion-dollar puzzle. How do we accelerate aggressive hypergrowth, innovation, without necessarily creating what I would call deep infrastructural or regulatory vulnerabilities? Today, we will have panel discussions here, and these are some of the things we will attempt to try and draw up close and how we are going to progress, especially in the West African region. And Regenesis is actually championing this from the word go. And that's why we are having this summit today. We are expecting quite a number of guests, and some of them are coming in as we speak. So please feel free, and you're most welcome. Today is about answering those exact questions. Regenesis has intentionally brought together Africa's sharpest mind today. We've had this, across various countries. In South Africa, in Kenya, it was quite also, very, very, very deep. We had representatives from Microsoft, Cisco, all the leading layers in the technology world in different industries. So over the next few hours, we will dissect the business cases, pressure tests, regulatory sandboxes, and map out practical paths towards a true algorithmic equity and data sovereignty. These are all parts which we are going to dissect and discuss today. At Regenesis, our mission is to develop conscious digital leaders who don't just witness the future, but actively engineer the future. I challenge every one of us here today to engage fiercely, network deeply, and collaborate fearlessly. Let us turn this summit into a powerful catalyst for a regional digital revolution. Once again, welcome to Regenesis, Nigeria. Welcome to Lagos, and let us shape the future together. Karibuni sana. Thank you. May I take this opportunity now to welcome Ms. Indrani Reddy to take over and share with us the session's opening. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. So now Dr. Gitunga will try to teach you Karibu Sana. I'd like to welcome you and say Ekaru. So Dr. Gitunga, that's how we say good morning in Nigeria, Ekaru. How are you feeling? Yeah. Are you feeling this moment of becoming the pioneers of history? No? Are you history makers? Anyone? History makers in the room? You believe it? Yeah, I really want, we're going to close the session off with a keynote from our chairperson, but I'm going to start off with what he typically says. The power is within you. And when we think of history makers, we think of historical people. But years from now, we would be the historical people. So we have to believe that this power is within us to harness this moment of possibility, this moment of leadership, this moment where Africa isn't asking, what is happening in AI? But we sitting in this room in Lagos, Churchgate, on this day, we must boldly declare that we are the chosen ones. We are the ones that are shaping what comes next. So let me extend a very, very warm welcome and activate that power that is within you this morning. In every single one of you here, joining us in Churchgate. To our chairperson, Dr. Marcus Sharavanya, thank you very much for your presence in Lagos today. Ms. Vivian Okoyo, thank you for humbly and warmly welcoming us and hosting us for this day. And our speakers, Mr. Gideon Adikike, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, from MTN. Ms. Hope, I saw Hope earlier. Ms. Hope Okpara of Standard Bank Charter, Mr. Abdulaziz Saidi, is he here as yet? From Cisco, Dr. Oluwatomo Kogo, I saw Dr. Kogo earlier, from one of the largest outpatients lagoons clinic here in Lagos as well, Mr. Viju Joy. Viju, you were here somewhere earlier as well. Mr. Viju Joy, who flew in from India, that heads up our AI globally. Let's put our hands together, Regenesis family, and welcome our speakers, our esteemed guests, our industry leaders, policymakers, innovators, and historians. Today, I'm declaring that you are going to become historians as well. So welcome to our first AI Summit here in Nigeria, in Lagos. This is one of 4 series where we started off in India. We went to South Africa to launch, Kenya, and now in Lagos. So today we are here to launch a movement, not just Regenesis Summit, but a movement where we all come together. Sorry, my name is Indrani Reddy. Dr. Gitunga introduced me. My name is Indrani Reddy, and I serve Regenesis as head of Africa. And really this moment that we've come together is so that you're just not here to listen to what Regenesis wants to launch, but you're here as partners, as policymakers, as those innovators, as those captains of industry. And we're not here to talk about AI. We're here because we want to know, what is AI going to do in Lagos? What is AI going to do for Nigeria? What is Regenesis and this group of people going to do to shift what AI does for us as Africans? So we invite you into our home in Churchgate to become our partners. Now let me talk a little bit about what is at the heart of Regenesis. So we're not just an institution that conveys knowledge to people. We believe that exists at an IQ level. And our slogan, awakening potential. We believe that everyone inherently has the power within them and can activate at any point the intelligence. But to become a holistic individual, to make impact in the world, Regenesis believes in personal mastery. So we talk about emotional quotient, which we believe is higher than in just mere book knowledge and transfer of knowledge. Emotional quotient talks about leading self, mastering self in order to be able to lead others. Physical quotient. So you'll see our team looks physically fit, right? Because the next pandemic, Ebola, that comes in, we want to know that with IQ and EQ, this body can move and can survive. So physical quotient is very important. We do classes in mindfulness, Tai Chi, intense, high intensity training. We've got hiking clubs, but this is part of physical quotient. Financial quotient. We have a company called Regenesis Investment Fund, and this is opened up to our students, our partners. It's a trading company on the stock market, but to become an individual that transcends fear of money, fear of lack, a mindset of abundance. It's really about managing your personal finance, and it's really about believing that you can be financially abundant. And then we come to what we believe is the highest form of intelligence, which is spiritual quotient, because this transcends from self and need for survival, to thinking abundantly about how we make impact in the world by understanding deeply who we are and what our purpose is and what our unique talents are. And so Regenesis combines these 5 intelligences. And how relevant is that right now when we talk about AI? Because AI has made intelligence available in an instant. What we would take days and hours to analyze and find facts, we can get it in an instant. So for the first time, we are not short of intelligence anymore. All these decades, centuries, we've been practicing and acquiring knowledge to be intelligent. Now something's come in and says, you don't need to be intelligent, you need to press a button, and intelligence is there. So this is where personal mastery comes in. Because how will you harness this intelligence with purpose? How will you use it to make the world a better place? How will you use it to have governance and ethics and lead the world consciously? Because when intelligence is available so quick, it means that our decisions can be faster. Execution will be quicker. Because all the analysis paralysis will be gone in seconds. Regenesis is, we believe, is the conscious force for awakening potential. With over 500,000 alumni, with a presence in 12 countries, India, Kenya, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Namibia, Uganda, Tanzania, Mauritius, and of course, Lagos in Nigeria, where we've been here just over a decade. We're the largest online education platform in Africa, and we believe education is not merely about information. I've said this, and I want you to get it, because that's why we want to partner with you. It is about transformation. And I can tell you there is no greater opportunity than the one that is sitting on this continent right now. Because AI is not about technology. It's not about connecting networks. It's not about connecting intelligence. AI is redefining how we work, how we lead, how we build economies, and ultimately, and most importantly, how are we going to live as human-centered people when AI is a force to be reckoned with? So the real question is not, will AI disrupt the world? That's happened. We've passed that point in history. The real question is, who will lead this disruption in Africa? Will Africa continue to be followers? And our answer is very clear. We are launching the AI Summit throughout Africa because we believe confidently that Africa has an opportunity to lead the AI transformation and disruption. The Regenesis School of AI is not just a faculty, it's not just another knowledge center. It's one of the boldest and most significant moves we have ever made, because we're not isolating AI into a discipline of technology. We are embedding it in our business school, our school of public management, our school of law, technology school, our school of economics, our bespoke leadership programs. Every future faculty, as we move forward, towards our full university status in South Africa will be embedded with AI. Why? Why not just leave it to technologists? Because the future does not belong to AI specialists alone. The future will belong to leaders who understand AI in business. Healthcare professionals that we're going to hear today. It's going to belong to those healthcare professionals who use it ethically. The entrepreneurs that can use AI to scale responsibly. In the age of AI, our degrees and our technical ability is not going to be enough. What will differentiate us is who we are as human beings. In a world where AI can replicate knowledge, it cannot replicate consciousness, it cannot replicate purpose, and it cannot replicate you, authentic leadership. So the more AI rises, the more AI changes, the more human mastery must lead. And so the more we're going to spend on understanding our deeper selves. It is a time where humanity needs to scale. And it's about ensuring that Africa doesn't just adopt AI, but we as Africans shape it ethically, inclusively, sustainably. And we should look at deeply aligning to solving real human challenges here in Africa. Today, you will hear from incredible leaders from healthcare, from telecoms, from banking, and then we'll engage in a masterclass conducted by Viju Joy, a robust panel discussion that will follow after our tea break, and conversations that move beyond theory into real implementation. So I want to invite you to do something very different today. Don't come here to have a seat, absorb information, and counting the minutes for the morning tea break. Come back, absorb, and wonder what's for lunch. I'm inviting you to not just attend, participate, challenge, connect, collaborate, network. Because the value of today is not about the speakers here. It is the energy and collaboration that we as human beings create together in the room. So throughout the day, we'll be connecting the dots, we'll be holding conversations and the energy and making sure this is not just a technical AI event, but an experience that is insightful, transformational, and deeply human. Let's awaken potential, let's lead with purpose, and let's build the future together. Welcome once again, Ikaro. Welcome to the Genesis AI Summit 2026. Thank you. Dr. Kutunga? I'm going to get them to clap one more time just to awaken potential. You can do better than that. I'm not going to hand the phone off until I hear you loud. You can do better. Now I know you're awakened. Okay? Thank you.
Wow. Are we online? By online, I mean, are we connected? Good. So we're going to start with the first presentation, and it's an ICT presentation. May I take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Gideon Adekile. Karibu sana. Welcome. Mr. Adekile is the General Manager, Enterprise Information. Let's give him a second as he progresses on the preparation. And the conversation of AI, cloud, and cybersecurity in modern IT ecosystem. He will share with us how MTN is surfing the new wave. It will be quite an exciting presentation. Please, let us welcome him with a loud of applause. Welcome, Mr. Adekile.
Forgive me, I'm a technical person. So you see me talking to the technical people, it's because I can't help myself. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to put up the presentation in a moment. I have to send it by email. I understand I have 10 minutes. And on the one hand, I'm relieved, listening to Indrani, I hope I got her name correct, talk about the reason why we are here. Quite frankly, it is not to discuss technology, because for what it's worth, that is what we technology people are supposed to be good at. We are interested in the opportunity that is this interesting technology, or should I say this interesting set of technologies. So when I looked at the subject matter, I could not help but focus on what I thought the key takeaway should be. The subject is the convergence of AI, cloud, and cybersecurity in the modern IT ecosystem. How MTL is surfing the new wave. I'm hoping eventually you get the presentation so that you can put it up. My intention essentially is to speak to the opportunity or the potential that is represented by the mention of those three key technologies in one sentence. Why should it matter to us? AI, cloud, and cybersecurity. The reason is that it is truly something special and something different. We are all students of history, despite that most of us have a background in technology. And by that I mean, we have seen some of these themes replay again and again. When the internet as a technology became widely available, we saw the kind of potential it brought to the table in terms of connecting people to businesses and businesses to businesses, and underlining that theme, which is connectivity. Likewise, when mobile computing came, then it became very, very possible for us to connect with customers or end users on a much more personal level. And that thread continued with every single major technology evolution. Why this particular wave is different and needs to be emphasized is the fact that it is converging. What that means is that AI on its own can bring intelligence to the table without a doubt, in terms of giving you the ability to go straight to the insights that represent opportunities to you, which is fine. But as most of us here who have taken a stab at this are very well aware, simply demonstrating it in the lab does not immediately translate into value. You need to bring it into the real world. And that is where cloud comes. Cloud allows you to automate and scale in a way we had previously not experienced. Then all of that enablement can only get you so far. And that is where cybersecurity comes in. Why? Because you need to build trust. If the customers don't have trust, they will not adopt. And if they don't adopt, you will not have value. The next slide. So essentially, my presentation focuses on this attribute, these critical attributes of these three technology pillars that we are talking about. The organizations that are going to succeed today and in the foreseeable future essentially will not only need to have the means to invest in these technologies, they need to master the secret sauce of making these three technology pillars converge. It is that convergence that actually makes the difference. And the point I'm trying to make essentially is the fact that this opportunity, I won't call it a problem. It's a nice problem to have. It's an opportunity. And it can only be harnessed by those organizations who see it not as a technology issue, but as a leadership issue. That technology, that convergence is right there. It is potential, but it will not automatically materialize for every single organization. And that has implications for leaders in each of these respective spaces, as well as the leaders for the different businesses that we work with. Essentially, we need the leaders to step into that vacuum and understand how they need to create that secret sauce, make that convergence work for their benefit. I focus on cybersecurity for my organization, MTN. We operate in the telco space. And because of this very same convergence, we've come to recognize that on the one hand, simply designating ourselves as a telco does not align to the reality that this convergence has or can make us much more than just that. So yes, of course, you may start off as a telco or as a bank or as a healthcare provider or what have you. The convergence of this technology can make you much more than what you thought you were. So you have to re-examine your identity and ask yourself how you want to play, whether you want to ride these technologies as they come with their different attributes, which is fine, or you truly want to make the difference and step into the convergent zone where you master how you allow these three forces to come together and essentially propel you to the very top. From a cybersecurity point of view, and I will very deliberately not want to dwell too much on this, the implications are clear. At the end of the day, a business is only interested in the impact and value that an effective cybersecurity enablement will give the business. If it can give you digital trust, then you are fine. It simply means that in that space, you recognize the risks that embracing AI and cloud they bring to the table. The intention is not for cybersecurity to become the spoiler, meaning the obstacle to achieving innovation at scale and demonstrating business value. The intention is for it to be an enabler. And maybe the analogy, at the risk of replaying a cliche, is the fact that you think of cybersecurity as the brakes in your beautiful car. Of course, the car is capable of so many wonderful things. And the only reason why you will dare or care to see what the car can give you is because you know that there are subsystems in the system or in the car that are there to protect you. Perchance, it doesn't play out as you imagined in reality. That confidence is extremely important, not just to you as a business, but also to your customers. It could easily become a barrier to their willingness to adopt what value proposition you are trying to provide. So the intention is for cybersecurity to enable and to facilitate. And as far as the embrace of cloud and AI is concerned, we are at a unique point. AI is going to empower all organizations that are able to bring it under their, intelligent control to innovate, to explore those possibilities at a very, very quick speed. And that level of enablement we have never seen before. But we have to manage the risks consciously. Otherwise, we take a step forward and 10 steps backwards. So we're interested in the organizational embrace of AI and the capability that it brings. And it is important that we understand the different dimensions from a cybersecurity point of view, where we design intentionally to achieve business objectives while we also are sure that the risks are brought under control. So that stack is trying to illustrate the the stack, if I may put it that way, is the term we use in technology so often. The simple point being that you have a foundation based on which the foundation is substantially driven by your ability to provide assurance and to manage risks, to understand business requirements and to leverage these technologies to innovate and to scale and to enhance and to optimize. And while you are doing all this, you are providing assurance that never sleeps. And that is ultimately what translates into digital advantage. So this slide emphasizes 5 strategic imperatives that those organizations that are going to succeed in this journey, they need to bring together. And I'm glad Indrani already touched on it. That's the reason why you have partners, hopefully that can leverage their experience in this space. Experience acquired on the global stage, supporting businesses of all sizes and complexities to master these technologies, not as silos, but as a convergent force, so that they can use it to translate into sustainable digital advantage. So it's important that we design consciously, we create processes, we don't make it a technology problem. That probably is the most important aspect of it I need to emphasize. So what we find is that at MTN, born out of that same recognition, we have approached this opportunity with that mindset. And we recognize that it is not something that is going to just fall in place for us. And it's the reason why we also reach out to partners who are maybe steps ahead of us in that journey to understand how they navigated, what obstacles they faced, and how they made it work to their advantage, so that we invest consciously and deliberately looking for those opportunities, but we also create those guardrails to ensure that we're innovating with care in a sustainable manner, so that we do not now have to deal with the potential setbacks. So the technology is very, very capable of making it happen for us as an organization, but we need to manage with leadership intent. Next slide is just a focus on us in telecommunications because of the unique space in which we work. We are privy to copious amounts of data because a sizable chunk of the people we serve, of course, they rely on the services we provide in order to enable their digital lives as well as their businesses. And AI cloud technologies are affording us the opportunity to learn on the fly. So we have to break identity, so to speak, moving away from the mindset of simply providing service. We are now taking it to the next level. What will be valuable to the people that we serve? How can we translate those insights into the value that they will appreciate and that will enable them also in their lives and in their businesses? So we have to deal with massive investment in infrastructure. We have to deal with training our people. We want to build an adaptive talent pool. We have to deal with the reality today that the talent pool we are dealing with are people that aspire to work for the big corporates globally. It's now no longer a regional problem, and the investment has to be continuous. And of course, the fact that there are people who want to upend our ambitions by using our investment in these technologies against us. Everything is moving at lightning speed. I read something recently about the fact that an interesting effect is happening where it seems we are now no longer shocked at the news or reports online about different companies that fail, that have cyber security incidents and attacks, whether in public service or in private service. All of the most popular names, the OEMs that we believe are leading the charge. Everybody seems to be a victim every other day of the week, almost to the point where we are inured. Well, that's unfortunate, but the truth is, it tells us the reason why we cannot afford to let down our guard. So the secure enterprise of the future, I will best summarize by saying are those that learn to master that secret sauce, making those 3 technologies come together so that you can harness the convergent force. And like I said earlier, and I'll repeat, that mastery does not present itself, as it were, as a gift or just materialize for you to take advantage. It needs to be learned, it needs to be mastered. And that is why I think partnering with organizations that have a track record in achieving that will most certainly get us well on our way. So to summarize it, in conclusion, I will like to say that organizations that will define the next decade, the future, if you will not simply deploy more of AI or cloud or cybersecurity capabilities. It is not an investment challenge. It is not a technology challenge. In principle, it's available to everybody, but it will belong to the organizations that can harness the convergent force of all of these capabilities coming together. The leadership filling that void of making these things come together in order to propel the business forward. It is no longer the convergence of AI, cloud, and cybersecurity as technologies. It is the convergence of intelligence, skill, and trust. Those are business attributes, and the mastery of those attributes coming together and enabling digital value is hopefully what will enable us to harness the very best of what these different technologies can bring to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adekile. I think that deserves a better clap. Thank you so much. Maybe we can take a minute for a question or two to Mr. Adekile before we progress to the next presentation. Yes, Charles? You're getting the mics ready. Thank you. Any question, comment on that presentation? Maybe Mr. Adekile, I can ask a question. What's your biggest challenge with AI?
Our biggest challenge with AI, and I would not want to make it sound as if it is unique to us. I think any organization here that has looked at that capability at the enterprise level, I think on the one hand, it is the sheer possibility of what AI can give you. And there's always a temptation to want to dive into all of those at the same time. Chances are that you will learn one of the most valuable lessons that presents in this space. It is an expensive investment, and there's no guarantee of success. So you need a method by means of which you will understand what AI can give you, where others are succeeding with it, hopefully in your own industry, maybe beyond, and how that opportunity presents in your own environment, in your value fabric, if I may put it that way. You want to match what is possible with where you see the biggest opportunity and need, so that you approach your investment in a more structured and controlled manner. You want your investment in AI to make the biggest impact in terms of your cost efficiency, your operating efficiency, in terms of the kind of experience, the service experience you want to bring to your customers, as well as in optimizing your productivity. So for us, the biggest challenge was, how do we manage this in a governed manner? So we overcame that by bringing thought leaders in the business together, also bringing partners into the conversation to help us define an approach to AI, So you can explore in a lab and confirm to yourself that value is possible, but it has to be articulated. We have to understand what that value is and how we will approach it in order to achieve that value. The point being, we cannot invest in everything that AI can do all at once. We will look for the top 5, top 10 use cases. And in our own case, we're able to develop a framework that specifically shows where we want to focus on the deployment of AI in order to generate value. And I'm pleased to say the business leaders, they took charge in terms of ensuring that those capabilities were delivered, enabled, and the value was recognized. And I'm not trying to oversimplify that it just happened in that straightforward manner. It required multiple iterations. So the mindset and the way of work was completely different from where we were coming. So it became necessary for us to look at the collaboration, the overall company culture. We had to break down the silos. We had to create agile teams. We had to put people required to enable that to come together. And honestly, if I say it was a nightmare, I'm probably over-exaggerating, but it did not just happen. And we're still very much in the process of taming that beast, if I may put it that way, because things move very, very quickly and they can derail with equal velocity. So to ensure it stays on track, not just on track, but delivering value is something that we have had to master, and the discipline of keeping it on track.
Wow, thank you very much. That's Mr. Gideon Adekile, the General Manager, Enterprise Information Security, in charge of information security at MTN. Thank you so much. To our guests, please feel welcome. We are just done with the first presentation. We have, we'll give Ms. Helen a minute. She wants to make a comment very quickly. Karibu.
Just so that I don't forget, yesterday when I was going home, I read up some article on LinkedIn, and it was talking about Ford Motors recalling the engineers that they had asked to go earlier on, about 300 of them. And the reason it was because they had deployed different kinds of AI, mechanisms or thereabout. So here, I think at this session, beyond talking about the successes or case studies of successful organizations that have implemented AI, it would also be nice for us to, share some of the challenges that companies like Ford Motors, might have experienced. What could have gone wrong? And talking about investment, he talked about the huge investment that is involved in implementing AI. How do we ensure that when we begin to talk AI in our organizations, we're looking at how much is being invested? How are we sure that we're not going to go the way of Ford Motors? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, this will be some of the discussions we'll have in the panel session. So thank you very much, Helen. There's a gentleman there who wanted to make a comment. We can give you a minute. Do you still want to make the comment, sir? Yes, please. 1 minute.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. So first, when you were about to start, I thought you were going to use some AI stuff to transmit your presentation to the technical guys. But speaking about AI and cybersecurity, do you think it exposes us more or protects us? Because especially for those of us that are in the finance space, in this day where almost everybody puts everything on AI to generate information, isn't that exposing the intellectual properties and confidential information to the public?
Thank you. I think, Mr. Adekile, you'll note that down. We'll give you an opportunity so that we just go to the next speaker. Yeah. Or will it be quick? Will it be quick?
I will try. So the answer to that, I will tell you, is that every new technology presents opportunity and also presents risk. It is a fact. It is what it is. And the organizations that succeed do not focus on just one half of that equation. You chase the potential, but you also have to consciously manage the risk. In the case of AI, I will say it's a case of you fight fire with fire. So AI can expose you, AI can be leveraged in order to compromise you. You need tools equally that leverage the power of AI to find, fix, and respond to those issues on the fly. So it's a discipline that also needs to be learned or mastered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dekile. I think these are some of the discussions we will engage during our interactions and our networking sessions. We will move to the next presentation. And may I take this opportunity to welcome Ms. Hope Okpara to the podium. She is the country head, client service and banking at Standard Chartered Bank. And she will share with us some intelligence on the double-edged sword, harnessing AI innovation without creating catastrophic risk. A very controversial topic, but I'm sure she will dissect it well. We'll give you 10 minutes, Madam Okpara. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I think the questions asked are very, very good, because I was about to say, I hope I'm not the spoiler in this summit, because the summit is focused on AI and the benefits, right? But again, we have to have a balanced view. I would have said that Mr. Adekile had a peep into my presentation, because most of the things he had said, especially around cybersecurity, are the things that resonates a lot well with me, right? So yes, AI is super, super important that we adopt it. Because it's like, if you don't adopt it, you are going back to the Stone Age. You can imagine yourself in the Stone Age when others are cruising in aeroplanes and you say, no, it crashes. I need to go by horse because the risk is so minimal, right? That's how we have to balance AI with the risk on ground. So you need to embrace AI because it is the future. Really, AI is the future. And I will speak in 10 minutes from I'm not a technical person. My background is operations and I'm a user of AI. But how do I use AI and how do I balance the risk associated with AI and the benefits that comes with AI? Those are the things I would speak to as fast as I can. So please, if you can go to the next slide. We all know that AI comes with lots of benefits in the banking industry. We are a lot focused on the revenues we make, right? So whatever will make us have good revenue while protecting the franchise is what we focus on. And AI has also helped in that. Automations, things that are manually done, with the snap of a finger, you get it done. I have a team that reviews processes, analyze and balance and see where the gaps are. With AI, something that usually take them 4 weeks or so, took them less than a few minutes to achieve, right? And that's the power of AI. We have the chatbots. You go to your app, instead of you to queue on the line, waiting for the customer, empty and telling you if the line fails, then we'll be tied you. If it connects, you are queued up. But with bots, you are able to chat and it has that intelligence built in, right? And all of those, right? You have reduced cost, speed of processing, and all of those capabilities. However, the speed of AI adoption is really, really high. And Ms. Reddy said something very important. She said, human mastery should lead as we adopt AI. And that is the key. You can't just go in and embrace AI blindly without knowing the details behind it, right? And so we need to take a pause and master what it is. Because as it is now, there's huge rapid adoption of AI, right? And when you adopt blindly, then there could be, because you're under pressure, yeah, this person is doing it, that person is doing it. And to your example, ma'am, perhaps Ford hurriedly went into something and they are backtracking, right? And that is the essence of forums like this, so that industry thought leaders can take a pause, brainstorm, and ensure that we bring out the best in whatever AI we are generating. We look in, dig up, and identify gaps that can be mitigated, right? And that can be mitigated through strong governance. Mr. Adekile also mentioned that strong governance is very, very important. The next slide, please. So the concept of double-edged sword comes here, right? AI enables faster decision, like I had stated, but there are risks. AI can cause biased decisions. It can make mistakes. Excuse me. It can make mistakes. When you are meant to put an A and you put a B, then it causes lots of problems because there are series of decisions that happen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I coughed and there's water, but if it is AI, trust me, there are catastrophic consequences to that because there is nobody to give it water. It's already programmed to continue that way, right? And so that's where AI hallucination comes. AI is built in a way that it must give you a response. No matter how difficult that question is, it must provide a response. So hallucination comes in, and that's where governance should bring that out. So like I said, you can build a very, very strong AI capability, and then there's a small issue. That issue can cause you huge, huge risk. There's a bank, Popular Bank in the US, that had made a slight error in their loan calculator, right? And then it costs lots of their customers. It made lots of their customers to lose their, please go to the next page, to lose their mortgages. And you can imagine the reputational damage that would cause people. You had trusted this company and then they made a slight mistake. So the risk is really, really catastrophic, if I would say, because you know how catastrophic the risk of airplanes are? That is how catastrophic the risk of AI can be if the right models are not put in place. And when you come to the airline, most times experience shows that people make mistakes that lead to an aircraft crashing, right? And that is why it is always important for people to be in the loop of whatever AI we are adopting. What are the key risks that we see in AI? We have, go back to it. The previous page, please. Okay, so we can continue here. We have the biggest for us in the financial industry is financial loss, right? You do not want to go to your stakeholders, to your board to say that you had a loss due to an omission ABC 123. That is very, very painful for anybody to accept. So AI risk can cause financial loss through inaccurate predictions, fraud, and operational disruptions, right? It can cause huge regulatory compliance issue. In banking, again, it is a big deal. The regulators are our number one stakeholders. I'm really sorry to say, very, very big stakeholders of ours. Because if your license is collected, you don't have any customer to serve. So you do not want to get in the way of regulatory breaches. And so when you are adopting AI, you need to be very, very cautious. There's another example of mistakes in AI where another bank in the US had put in a model that is biased against the blacks when they ask for loan and mortgages. And people had to call that out. And you can imagine the reputational damage again and the regulatory impact that would have, because you're supposed to serve everybody and then you are selectively serving some people because you have a bias in it. Those are the kind of risks that would come with AI. If it was done well, perhaps somebody had a malicious intention and had skewed it and it wasn't discovered, and then you see the impact in the denial of some people from accessing mortgages. Please, the next page. So we need to balance innovation with control, like I had said, right? And how do you balance it? Human must be there. there must be human in the loop. If you build a fantastic estate in this Lagos, because we all love gated estates in Lagos, if you build a big estate and there's no security, it will be difficult for you to sell. Those that are in property development would tell you that, right? And that is why we need to have humans there. The need for governance is very, very key. When AI was introduced newly in my organization, and we were mandated to go through responsible use of AI and AI governance, I was like, why are you suppressing innovation? That's my personal thought. But afterwards, I realized that it is important that human mastery should come into it, right? You should know the pros and cons of whatever you are adopting. Don't just go into it blindly. The fact that you are knowing the pitfalls in it make you prepared to adopt it and to be far ahead. Like Mr. Adekile had mentioned. He said those that master AI would be far ahead of their partners. If you are doing a trial and error adoption, then you've lost it. But if you have proactively identified the risk, put in mitigants in place, then you are soaring, right? Anybody comes up to say this, you say, no, that has been sorted. Anybody comes in to say that, and we know of a popular AI app that had to do a revamp of their app because they saw that there was no humanity in it. And that is the place of humans. When human is in the loop, you identify the gaps and you speak to those gaps and then they get resolved. Please let me know when my time is almost up. The real-time monitoring, sorry, can you hold on? Yeah, real-time monitoring, AI enables real-time monitoring. Did you go back? Okay, so we had done this. These are the benefits of AI, but there needs to be traceability. I need to pause there a little bit. When you are going and you do not know how to trace your way back, then it is really difficult for you to. Okay, 1 minute. It's really difficult for you to go back, right? So what role do leaders play in this place? I was in an industry meeting and we're discussing about a particular matter. And I told my team to say, and I said, if those on the floor adopt this practice and the leaders are not keyed into it, then it's going to die. So the leaders are the drivers of this governance that we are expecting. Like I said in my organization, the first thing we were told to do was ensure that we go through the trainings of responsible use of AI and all of the governance around it. If we hadn't done that, I would have just blindly adopted AI and then I wouldn't pay attention to the risk. Responsible AI adoption is not just a regulatory requirement, it's a strategic advantage, like he had also said, that can differentiate organizations, all organizations. If you don't have a strategic way of adopting your AI, then you are just like the ordinary man in the street. There is no differentiation. But if somebody comes up with pitfalls and you have already prepared for those pitfalls, then people will lean towards you as easily as possible. And I believe that Regenesis would focus on those things. You have had feedback from people and you are putting in measures to mitigate the risk, to get those that are skeptical about adopting AI to embrace AI, because those things they are scared of have already been catered for. So ultimately, the last thing I would like to say is the goal is to harness the power of AI in a way that drives value with safeguarding against potential risks, thus creating a future where technology and trust coexist harmoniously. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Hope Okpara. I think we can give her a better clap. Please keep your questions and comments. We are going to engage with Ms. Okpara during the tea break, which is coming shortly. Now, we are going to the healthcare sector, which is also, I'm sure, very close to our hearts. And we're going to welcome Dr. Oluwatumi Kogo, the managing partner, Iwasan Lagoon Outpatient Clinic and Iwasan Wellness Center. Dr. Kogo, you're around? You're here. Welcome. Hello, and thank you. Welcome. And she's going to share with us about predictive, preventive, and personalized care, which is AI-driven in the healthcare sector. Welcome, Dr. Kogo. Let's give her a big clap.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Regenesis Management. When I was invited to speak about AI, my first reaction was, I know nothing about AI. And they said, no, you don't have to know so much. And I said, okay, I'll just come here and learn then. But while preparing for my presentation, I realized that we do a lot of AI, so it may not just be as much as we want now, but we are adopting it. And medicine is evolving, things are changing. So please, I would like you to, I'm here to learn from people as well, but I will share what I have learned in the course of this presentation while preparing for it. So I've been told to speak on predictive, preventive, and personalized healthcare, the AI-driven healthcare era. I am the managing director of Iwosan Wellness Center. I will start with that. And at Iwosan Wellness Center, what we do is our aim is to get people to extreme health. And by extreme health, we mean we want to avoid suddenlies. So there's no sudden heart attack, there's no sudden stroke. You take ownership of your health. You know your numbers, you know your blood pressure, you know your blood sugar, you know your blood cholesterol. And that way, we can avoid suddenlies. We also want to help you optimize your immune system so that when the next pandemic, we don't know when the next pandemic is going to come. We don't know. When COVID-19 happened, we were all stuck at home. We don't know. And a lot of people that, died from COVID-19 were people who had morbidities. They were either people who had hypertension or diabetes or some other sort of morbidities. So we want to help you optimize your immune system so that when the next pandemic comes, your body can overwhelm the virus, not the virus overwhelm the body. Number 3 is our aim. When we set up Iwosan Wellness Center, it's so that people can know their numbers, just like I said. They can know their blood pressure, they can know their blood sugar, they can know their blood cholesterol. And number 4, it's so easy for people to get on pills. When we were in medical school, they told us that once you are hypertensive or diabetic, you have to be on pills for life. Has anybody heard that before? That you have to continue taking, but I'm here to tell you that it's a no. That's why I said medicine is evolving. Someone said, yes. Do you know that these diseases are reversible? These non-communicable diseases are reversible. It's just what you do every day. What do you put in your body? For us, do you know that food is medicine? So you live to eat, not eat to live. And exercise is medicine. So it is how you train your body that, your body will react to it. The body is just like a machine. You use it without servicing it. It breaks down. But if you service it well, you maintain it, the body will live for long in a very good, healthy, steady state. That's how it is. So that was what we decided to do. We set out to do. We want to change the narrative. So let me start by saying, if we look at this, please, next slide, please. The average life expectancy in Nigeria, do we know? See the figures. For male, 53.5 years. It's right there on the screen. Is it showing? Oh, the other side is not showing. Is it showing? Can you see it? Okay, all right. Can you imagine? And for female, 54.5, an average of 53.9 for both sexes. Globally, 73.4. Nigeria is still far behind. Why? Okay, so we'll know why. Why? Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so
Can we see the causes of death? The single largest percentage of death in Nigeria has been known to be from non-communicable diseases such as heart attacks, strokes, and other cardiovascular diseases. See, the biggest chunk is from 74%. People who have long-standing hypertension, poorly controlled diabetes, hypercholesterolemia leading to all sorts of diseases, stroke. That's it. Next slide, please. Just like I said, 74% died from non-communicable diseases, 33% died from heart diseases, heart attacks, strokes, and other cardiovascular diseases. 18% died from cancers. That number is doubling very fast. That 18%, I'm sure by next year, it will have been maybe about 26%. Yes, because cancer is on the rise and we still don't know why. But we can we prevent? Can we do things to help us live better lives? Yes, we can. So next slide, please. So predictive, preventive, and personalized healthcare, the 3 Ps. There is a 4th P I will tell you today. So we want to shift from sick care to preventive care. You go to the hospital because you're not feeling well. We want to shift that narrative. Hospitals, yes, should treat sick people, but can you go to the hospital to know your numbers so that you can prevent those diseases from happening? So let's shift our mentality from sick care to preventive. Then medical intervention that is proactive instead of reactive. You are proactive about your health, you're not reactive. You don't wait for the body to break down finally before you do something about it. And then healthcare that is individualized and focused. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. Mr. A is different from Mr. B. Even twins are different. It's personalized. And then health education, just keep teaching people and educating more people about healthcare, health diseases, health conditions, and how to prevent, and then more research. Next slide, please. So for predictive, we have quite a lot of data now that we feed into the system that helps us generate a lot of algorithms. So there's data analytics, there's machine learning, and then AI that we're speaking about today. And then genetics. Genetics help us to predict, anticipate future health outcomes, and then we can identify future health risk. Biomarkers. At Iwosan Wellness Center, if you come to my center, I hope everybody here will come. We'll do comprehensive health assessment. So we start from, it is a full head to toe assessment. And we have some biomarkers that we check for cancers as well. So we have the CA125, CA15-3 that will help us detect that, oh, you're prone to certain types of cancers, or once the numbers are rising, we know, oh, we have to start monitoring, we have to, just pay attention to this and all of that. So those are biomarkers that help us. They help us, one, to quickly pay attention and treat immediately. Then we'll go to, next slide, please, preventive healthcare. Preventive healthcare, for us, early detection saves more lives. It doesn't just save life, it saves more lives. And then preventive healthcare helps us improve quality of life, reduces costs, and improves productivity. So what exactly is preventive care? Like I said, comprehensive health check. Everybody in this room should at least get a comprehensive health check once a year. You should make that your lifestyle now. Once a year, go into your clinic and get a comprehensive health assessment. Early screening. I'll share a story with you. I've had a patient when they had stage 0. We never learned about stage 0 breast cancer in medical school, but she had stage 0. Do you know why? Because she was always regular with her health screening, with her health check. So stage 0 breast cancer was picked early, immediate surgery, and she's fine. She's enjoying her life. It cannot progress because it was picked up early. That's what early screening does. I had another patient recently. 3 years ago, she was diagnosed with stage 1B endometrial cancer. That's cancer of the female reproductive system, the uterus. 2023. They took out the entire reproductive system, but she didn't want further management. She didn't want the chemo and all the other things, radiotherapy. So she ran home. 3 years down the line, the disease has progressed. It is now a stage 4 disease. If at the time when the surgery was done, if she had taken other measures, the chemotherapy, the radiotherapy, and all, her life would have been. Right now, we're almost telling her, right now it's palliative care. There's nothing much we can do. But what am I trying to say? Once we pick things early, we can immediately manage. So preventive healthcare is all about early screening, and then lifestyle changes, exercise. I remember I said exercise is medicine, food is medicine, health and nutrition, rest, lifestyle changes. We must all learn to rest. Rest is very important. Then avoidance of harmful behaviors and substances such as tobacco and alcohol. Everything should be in moderation. And most importantly, social connectedness. The more relationship we have, the more love we have, the better we live and longer we live. Next slide, please. For preventive healthcare, so like I said, I've mentioned early screenings, lifestyle changes, vaccination programs, vaccinations. I know there are some biases about vaccination as well, but vaccines do a lot. They help to improve outcomes, reduces costs and boosts operational efficiency and improves quality of life. Then we go to personalized healthcare, our medical and environmental characteristics. For each person, we are all built in different ways. No two people are ever the same. No. So then, like I said before, there's no one size fits all approach in anything. Our DNA genetics are entirely different. And then personalized healthcare. So a lot of people now, things that have really changed in the last 10 to 15 years, people have adopted better ways, or they're getting more conscious about their health. So more people are going to the gym. So everybody has a fitness instructor. But your fitness instructor is not able to curate personalized exercises for you. Why? Because the fitness instructor doesn't understand the science behind whatever you're doing. So everybody goes to the gym and everybody's carrying the same weight, everybody's doing the same routine. No. For myself or for any other person, there are things I need to watch that is different from this other person. Especially for women. So at a certain age, when women start to attain perimenopause and menopause, what we teach is strength training, do more strength training, reduce the fat, get more muscle. That would help you to cope. But everybody goes to the gym and everybody is doing the same thing, and you're just looking at them like, no, some of us we don't even need this rigorous exercise. So personalized healthcare is individual. You look at the individual and you curate exercises or routines, lifestyle changes that will benefit that individual. So at Iwosan Wellness Center, what we do is after your comprehensive health check, we take you through the lifestyle changes that you need to do. And so you go through the body mass composition. So for some people, you see that they have more bad fats in some certain areas that they need to lose. So you're targeting whatever exercise, whatever lifestyle is to target that particular area. So that's what we mean. And then, like I have said, genetics and then targeted therapies. Now things are changing. There are targeted therapies for cancers as well, where you can actually target the root cause of that cancer, immunotherapies that would help with the immune system. This is the fourth P, participatory healthcare. And what does this mean? It means you're empowered to take ownership of your health. You know what is happening. You're not just an onlooker. You take ownership. So, like I said, the 3 B's for us, the blood sugar, your blood pressure, your blood cholesterol. You know your numbers. Then health education. You participate or you look for avenues where you can know more and do more, because when you know more, you do more and you become better. And then the healthcare system is also, there's collaboration and there's better responsiveness from everybody. And then there's information too is accessible, and then there's infrastructure to carry out all of these changes. So I'll just quickly speak to you about the 5 pillars of wellness. This is what we do at the Wellness Center. After your comprehensive health check, Iwosan Wellness Center is where is the only center. I always boast about my center. I'm sorry, but please allow me. It's the only center that has both medical and lifestyle wellness in the same place. What you have in most centers or in most places that do wellness is they just do the medical part of it, but beyond medical, we want you to be a part of it. We want to change your lifestyle so that you can live longer and better. So at Iwosan Wellness Center, when we pick up all of these things, because we will determine where you are on your journey to extreme health. So when we do your your medical tests, that would help us know how to curate individualized plans. And for us, exercise is key. So we'll put you on a routine exercises that you should be doing. We have an exercise physiologist, and then we have a clinical nutritionist and a chef. They manage our kitchen. We demonstrate how to cook healthy meals. We need to change our orientation of the way we live, what we put in our mouth and all of that. So we teach people how to make healthy meals. So we have a gym, we have the kitchen, we have a yoga and Pilates studio, because everything is about body-mind connection. And then we have the massage room. So for us, it's not just, you're not coming, it's not a hospital, it's not a clinic, it's a wellness center. So, and we stand on these 5 pillars of wellness. Nutrition, like I said, food is medicine. Exercise is medicine for us. Relationships, social connectedness. Look for people who can encourage you, who can uphold you, who can strengthen you, who can just make you laugh and be your best, not people who pull you down. If you have toxic people around you, do away with them. Then your mindset, you must be open to learning, like we're here today, open to learning new things. Don't have a fixed mindset, have a growth mindset. And then ensure that your mental health, you connect with your creator at all times. And then rest, like I said, always rest. So this is just next slide. What we do at like I said, medical wellness and lifestyle wellness is what we do. And right now, there's a center in London. We will get there very soon at Iwosan Wellness Center, where when you go there for your comprehensive health check, they can detect what would happen to you. Your skin will show, in a matter of minutes. That's the power of AI and data analytics. In a matter of minutes, they can detect what kind of diseases you're prone to later in life and all of that, and advise you how to go about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kogo. So, Dr. Kogo, you really speak the Regenesis philosophy of personal mastery in healthcare. And I can see the value alignment when you talk about the 5 pillars of participation as well. That really talks to our multiple intelligences. And it's just amazing how you're trying to get to wellness instead of chronic. It's shocking, Nigeria, that you are dying between 53 and 54 years old, right? So how many of you are, if you want to share, right? How many of you are already in your 50s? How many of you are there? Yeah. Oh my God. So out of the people in the room, well done for conquering that. Let's give the lady, she got to 62, right? But all your 50-year-olds, 33% of you are going to die this year. That's what the stats say. 33% of you are going to die, right? So how do you not beat that 33%? Dr. Kogo, you have to wait for the second demonstration today. You are going to be gripped on your seat when you see what Regenesis is doing in the healthcare AI space. The initiative that cuts back and reduces the waiting time. Public hospital, you have the same problem we have in South Africa and Africa. Patients go and spend 8 to 10 hours, having left home 4 hours before. On a normal day, they're spending 15 hours from the time they wake up until they're seen to by a doctor. So I'm going to bring on stage somebody that's so embedded in AI and leadership, healthcare, consulting. He's a leader who brings over 2 decades of experience, but at that powerful intersection of bespoke leadership programs, digital transformation, and AI, exactly at that point of where human-centered leadership comes in. He's got AI clients in HDFC Bank, so Standard Chartered, you definitely want to meet it. This is the largest bank in India, right? Remember, we've 200 million people here and 1 billion people there. So when we're talking the largest bank in India, we're talking multi-millions. Hindalco, the largest aluminium company in the world. He's doing AI initiatives for them. He's collaborating with KPMG on AI consulting for Regenesis and KPMG going together to corporate and institutes. He's the strategist who doesn't just design frameworks, but he ensures they work in the real world. And it brings me so much of joy to introduce you to Viju Joy. Okay. Viju? So, Guy, this is where ladies and gentlemen, this is where we elevate the conversation now with real AI frameworks. Over to you, Viju.
The Regenesis School of AI, where AI meets Nigeria's real-world transformation. From engineers to executives across services, health, manufacturing, and more.
Go to the start.
51% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesis School of AI, where AI meets Nigeria's real-world transformation. From engineers to executives across financial services, healthcare, manufacturing, and more, we're embedding Gen AI into enterprise DNA, a no-code sandbox with 200+ AI labs for teams to build, test, and deploy AI securely and fast. We train leaders to craft AI strategy, lead ethically, and drive disruption. We're global by design, local and delivery driving business results, not just learning hours. Nigeria's intelligent enterprise isn't just AI ready. It's AI powered, AI confident, and AI capable. Regenesis School of AI. Reimagine what you can achieve through AI.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Nigeria. So happy to see you. So happy to welcome you for the launch of the School of AI. Why Nigeria? The question comes, and why do we want to be in the business of AI? Why do we want to transform Nigeria? How many of you feel that Nigeria is the capital of AI in Africa? Anybody who does not believe in that, can raise their hand, and I would love to, prove you wrong. Anybody there? So let's make it more, interactive. Yep. Not. Why do you think it's not? Because there are a billion reasons to believe. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So we need to give a clap for everybody to believe that, we are at the top. Yeah, and there are, as AI says, you can't prove anything if you don't put the data right. So you need to get the data right, where we say that, look at the AI consumption at a consumer level in India, India or Nigeria. They both are tied at a percentage which is 92%. So the consumers who adopt AI, who are using AI on day-to-day work, Nigeria is tied up at the top slot with India. That's huge because adoption is the biggest challenge. If you understand, if you've been to Italy, I was talking to a few people. They told me that, they were the last to adopt credit cards. So any technology can always grow if there is an adoption by the people. And that's where Nigeria is at the top of the game. You look at 400 AI companies, startups in Nigeria. That's again a big number. It's going to be a $4.3 billion industry by 2030. So it tells you very clearly that if you don't have a business of AI or AI in your business, you are in a business of losing money, right? So you need to have either AI in your business or you need to be in the business of AI. We talk about other parts where, we talk about the developers. The numbers are staggering. 900,000 developers are on GitHub, which is, it makes the second largest community on GitHub. So it also showcases it's not just the consumer which is adopting, but also the developers, the people who are making this happen, right? So you have the people adoption, you have the people who are building it. So now, what's the talent gap when it comes to dollar terms? A Nigerian who is a machine learning engineer, does the work for AI, he gets close to $18,000 per year, vis-a-vis somebody in US getting $100,000 for the same work. So there is a talent gap. So, we thought maybe we are the right people to be, here to, put this right, where we want to build an ecosystem which is not only talking about what is AI, how do you build, operate, and transform. So that's the whole philosophy of School of AI and what we want to build. But there was a lot of discussions where we thought, what's the model we should take? And it's going to be like there were two models of AI, which we thought there are two great businesses which has come out of Nigeria. One would be the coca business, right? So the coca business is great, and what we do in that business in Nigeria is we grow the beans, we export the beans, and then we buy the expensive chocolates. We had some 15 processing units. Now we have less than 5 and not operating at the fullest of capacity. So is that the model we want to, follow when it comes to School of AI? Or what's the other model? The other model is a model where Nigeria has, built on its own terms, with on own terms and own, stamp on it. And now they are the biggest exporters in the world, and they are, at the top of the charts. That's the Afro beats. You see the Burma Boy with Shakira, playing the official song of, the football World Cup. So that's where you see the great revenues generating, the Grammys, the streamings which are happening. So we thought we want to build something which is built by the Nigerians, which is built for Nigeria and impacting the world. It's not going to be the consumer again, but it's going to be a consumer to build, transform, and take it as an export. So welcome to you. I have a short presentation. We're going to take you through the glimpse of what we are trying to do. We are trying, as I said, we said that, we're going to be building an ecosystem of AI. So many companies, what they do is they stick to, AI skilling, and they're going to teach you what is AI and how you are going to transform through AI and what are the basics of AI. We just don't want to tell you what is AI. We want you to build. So anybody who goes through our programs not only knows AI, but he knows how to build from AI. How do you transform through AI? So our CXO batches, our awareness programs also cater to building things. Because it's a doing technology. You can't just know the technology and say that, I know AI, but I don't know how to build anything from AI. It's not going to happen. So if you know AI, you would be able to build with AI, and you'll be able to build your processes through AI. So what we do is, we can just move the slide. Yeah, so we have AI skilling on one side, where we skill, we transform. We have AI advisory and consulting business, where a lot of companies don't have an AI policy. They don't know what they're going to be putting on their net, what is going to be allowed, what is not going to be allowed. New York has an AI policy. Just imagine a country, a city as big as New York has an AI policy. A lot of cities have AI policies. So your companies need to have an AI policy. What is the advisory? It's very easy to build agents, but do you need, it's very difficult to run an agent. Uber recently exhausted their entire year budget in 3 months because of the tokens, the how expensive tokens. Running an agent is very difficult. It's very expensive. So we build an AI advisory where we go sit with the owners of the company, founders of the company, and tell them that how to use AI. Are you AI ready? Is your data ready? Many times we are so in a hurry to implement AI, we don't realize that we don't have the data ready for us. right? So how do we build AI readiness in your company? How do we transform? Why a lot of POCs don't see the light of deployment because of the expenses. So we do that through our AI consulting, AI automation. We have, and we also have AI products. So we are not only, going to automate your workflows. So there is a big team of 100 engineers based out of Bangalore, and they're going to be based out of Nigeria, Kenya also, where we want to transform companies. We want to automate these companies. So it's going to be how efficient, the companies are going to be. This is the first time, let's go back 10 years back and imagine share markets. The moment if a company says they're downsizing, the shares will go down. And we live in a very unique times where any company who wants to make their share rise just have to say, I sacked 10,000 people, I have deployed AI, and the shares are going to rise. That's the kind of growth. Everybody's looking for automation. So we do automation. So AI skilling is something which captures a lot of interesting programs. We would have these conversations when we have lunch or dinners. We would love to meet you in person to take you through. We have a very unique platform. AI is not just to be taught over a session by an expert, but it has to be on a platform. And we have built a platform where we teach AI. And why it's important for AI to be taught, because these are simulations. These are sandboxes where you can practice what you build. Today, how many of you know Claude, Gemini, probably 4, 5. What is the proficiency level there? Do we understand what is the proficiency level of the companies, departments? So we have built certain unique, POCs. We call it the proof of concept, where we can come and test your maturity level of employees of the companies also. Yeah, we can just move. I've spoken to you about AI advisory, what we do. These are done by experts who have been globally renowned. And we work with many of these experts in-house. And all these are in-house talent that we have. Yeah, please. Automation, we spoke about. AI healthcare, very, very unique. We want to venture into AI products, not just, AI skilling, AI consulting, but we want to build products which transforms. We just heard the lady speak about healthcare and how transformative the healthcare is. We have a product which is very, very unique, we call it as a AI mini, a micro health clinic. It's a clinic which is like an ATM sized, and you can do close to 60 tests within 10 minutes. And it will cost you less than a coffee. Just imagine what transformation it can bring to people who have to wait for quality healthcare. How much money you do. If I put just 5 tests, 5 basic tests, it will cost you a bomb. Any country. And you have to go to a particular hospital. This can be a new age business. This is not just we are building it. They have an AI layer to it. You will get your AI, recommendations. There is a larger presentation which will have post our lunch. We'll have a larger presentation on this. We'll have more experts talking about it. This is not just a product. It's an entrepreneurship. You can build this as a vehicle to start your own company. You can, probably put it out there on a chemist shop, and you can imagine what kind of business he will be getting. So, yeah. Yeah, so what we said is integrated approach to AI. So it's not just a skilling company. So you'll see a lot of skilling companies who just end at skilling. They don't build further. So we do further. We go consulting, AI advisory. We go and build products. We are not just in the corporates. We are going to the colleges. We are working with the colleges. We are creating center of excellence. How do we build research back into college? We just don't want it to be something which is at a corporate level, at an elitist level. So our chairman, Dr. Marco, keeps saying that, AI for all, AI is for all. It's not just for the elitist in this room, but It's good. It's going to be with everybody there. It's going to be with not just the technology savvy people like us, but with somebody who does not know anything about technology can still use it. So it's going to break a lot of barriers in future, and it's going to be one of the biggest revenue generators for people who are coming from tech and non-tech both. I place my bets on people who are from non-tech because they are more creative in their approaches. They don't have guardrails. They don't know what cannot be done, right? So yeah, something very interesting we are doing there. Yeah, we just you can move. Yeah, so AI first entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is redefined. We have a school of entrepreneurship where you get, we're not just going to teach you the old school way of entrepreneurship, but how does AI transforms entrepreneurship? All the process of an entrepreneur, let's say, market intelligence, creating collaterals, reaching out to your target audience, creating those testimonies or those proof of concepts, product, everything can be developed by an agent, and an entrepreneur is as big as 100 people company. So we teach in our program, which is specifically designed for entrepreneurship, which is AI first entrepreneur. Yep. We have other programs also. These are very unique. I want to emphasize on these programs also. We have 4 very interesting programs: AI Fluency, AI Executives, AI Agentic AI programs, and AI for developers. Now, these are 3 to 6 month programs, open enrollment programs. What is so unique about these programs? 25% of the course curriculum changes in between the course. We are the most advanced, most relevant, most dynamic AI course. We don't want to teach you something which is 3-month old. Somebody said today that we are experts, or I'm not an expert. Nobody is an expert. All experts have a shelf life of 3 months. And after 3 months, you're not an expert if you're not updating yourself, if you're not continuously learning. Yep. So this is a favorite part of mine. We say that, we talk all this, but we are going to go and teach through the old school way. So we have designed a new way of, teaching. Our Gen AI lab. In these labs, you will get multi-models, multiple sandboxes, over 200 sandboxes. There are multiple places where you can learn how to build agents. It will guide you how to build agents. At the same time, while you build and run an agent, what is the token consumption which is happening? How much money you are spending? So this is something, it's a state of art in-house built by our engineers. Yep. Now, we put this with the learning management system, and you get a completely wholesome learning experience where your learning happens on the learning management system and your practice happens on the AI labs. Very interesting, again, made by our team, the maturity index. Today, if I ask all of you that how many of you say that I'm an expert or I'm somebody who is intermediate level knowledge, or I just have a fundamental foundational level knowledge. We don't know. If I put a test, we'll know that where we belong. Right? It's very important for companies to know where their people are, where their departments are, which department can be transformed into AI, which cannot be. So all this is done through the maturity orbit that we have created, and we can run your employees, we can run your departments through that. Yep. Yeah, there is 2 more products which I would love the video to be played. Any questions so far?
91% of CEOs say Gen AI will reshape their business. Welcome to the Regenesis School of AI, where
So yeah, same one.
every loan application needs careful checking. But today, reviewing one file can take 7 to 10 working days. Officers manually check documents, income, credit history, repayment ability, risk, and compliance before making a recommendation. Regenesis School of AI brings to you TrueXPEL, an agentic AI platform built to support loan underwriting for banks, NBFCs, and lending institutions. The loan officer selects the loan type, enters the amount and tenure, and uploads the applicant documents. No manual applicant data entry is required. TrueXPEL reads the documents, extracts applicant details, checks identity, analyzes credit history, calculates risk, reviews compliance, and prepares recommendations. In under 90 seconds, the officer gets a clear applicant summary and 1 of 4 outcomes: approve, decline, resolve for review, or counter offer with a clear brief. The AI supports the officer. It does not replace them. Every action is recorded and a PDF audit report is generated instantly. TrueXPEL, documents in, decision out, every time.
Yeah, these are just one of our products. Thank you all. Thank you for your time. Any questions, love to answer, or else we can have conversations,
So I hope what you fed yourself is going to make you more alert. I can see the people. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. I can see the ones that took Dr. Kogo and I seriously this morning, huh? And Dr. Marco. I can see them. Can you see? Dr. Marco's eating there as well, right? And now those that are not interested in going beyond 53, you went for all the muffins today, didn't you? So, but I saw a lot of, and when the moment I stood by the fruit bowl, more people were coming to tell me that they're taking their health seriously. Dr. Kogo, they think I'm your assistant. Clearly they do. They do. So this morning, just an error on our side. We have gifts for our speakers that we didn't give to you. So if I can have Ms. Vivian Okoyo come up, please, and present. Let me just see. So let's start from our morning speaker. We had Mr. Gideon Adikile from MTN. Gideon, are you still with us? I think Gideon was in the boardroom actually. Yeah, he's in an interview. That's okay. If we can have Ms. Hope Okpara. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for that, for the connect between human-centeredness leading AI. Standard Bank, we want you to take an AI and move ahead of HDFC Bank. Viju will brag they're the largest bank in India, but we know Standard Bank Charter can do it here. So we look forward to connecting with you. We're now going to Dr. Kogo, please. Ladies and gents, you can do much better than that. We're now going to move to a very exciting part of the day where we're going to hear from multiple industry speakers as we go into the panel discussion. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Gitonga, who is going to introduce our panelists shortly, and we're going to start with the first panel discussion, which is the future of Nigeria in the age of artificial intelligence, reducing operational risks and introducing new vulnerabilities and threats. Dr. Gitunga, if you'd introduce our moderator and our speakers as they come up, please, over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Inderani. I think this will be a very exciting session. May I take this opportunity now to welcome Ubongabasi Etuk. Welcome to have a seat, sir. Let's give him a hearty clap, please. Etuk is an accomplished Nigerian tech professional. Are you okay? Good. Is he already? Yeah, good. He's a Nigerian tech professional and a sales leader who currently serves as a channel sales manager at Hewlett Packard Enterprise in Lagos. Known for a perfect data-driven approach to product marketing, account management, and business development. Etuk has built a robust career bridging corporate enterprise with emerging customer needs in the West African technology sector. Let's give him a clap once again. And our panelists today, we start with Kemi Ario, Director of IT, Airtel Nigeria. Welcome, Madam. Kemi is a Senior Technology Executive and the Director of Information Technology at Airtel in Nigeria. She is recognized for driving digital transformation and leading technology strategy within one of Nigeria's largest telecom operators. She has over 13 years of country and industry experience across the IT value and the IT chain, with expertise in delivering solutions that enhance service efficiency and customer service. Welcome to the panel, Kemi. Our next panelist is Adeleke Okembe, the Chief Technology Officer, Afia Care. Welcome, sir. Let's give him a clap, please. Adeleke is a healthcare technology leader known for driving digital innovation and strengthening IT ecosystems across clinical environments. With deep expertise in IT, cybersecurity, cloud systems, and enterprise technology, he is committed to building secure, efficient, and patient-centered digital operations. Welcome to the panel, sir. Good. Our next panelist is Dr. Francis Undeliko from Cisco Novabank. Welcome, madam. Let's give her a clap. Dr. Francis has over 27 years of experience across technology systems, operations, risk, security, and private audit, governance and compliance. She specializes in helping organizations strengthen resilience, optimize operations, and align IT and cyber strategies with business objectives. She holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Science and an engineering and a diploma in business finance, a master's in information technology, and a doctorate in information assurance. Her professional credentials include, actually the list is heavy, so I think we'll go through it later. Welcome, Doctor. Our next panelist is Oludare Oshadi, the group Cisco Mutual Benefits Assurance, PLC. Welcome, sir. Oludare is an award-nominated Group Chief Information Security Officer and an Enterprise Information Risk Leader with over 15 years of progressive experience, strengthening digital trust, resilience, and governance across regulated financial services. He currently leads group-wide information security strategy, regulatory assurance, and technology risk oversight at Mutual Benefits Assurance, covering both insurance and banking operations. Welcome, sir, to the panel. Good. Our next panelist is Babajide Lewis, Solutions Architect and DevOps Engineer. Welcome to the panel, sir. Lewis is a seasoned information technology professional with over 22 years of extensive experience in delivering innovative enterprise across diverse industries, renowned for his deep technical expertise and strategic insights. He has built a distinguished career focused on designing and implementing and managing complex IT infrastructure that drive business transformation and operational efficiency. Welcome to the panel, Sam. We have Sam Chidoka, CEO and Career Capital Group. Welcome to the panel, sir. I hope we still have some space. Please, we can squeeze in. Sam has over 20 years experience in banking, debt, and equity capital, and equity capital markets, mergers and acquisitions, and financial advisory services. He began his investment banking career at the Capital Markets Group of A&L Bank, now Sterling Bank. He was a co-member of the corporate finance team at Sterling Capital, from where he moved to UBA Global Markets, which later became UBA Capital PLC. He left UBA Capital to become a pioneer staff and head of corporate finance at Dan Laren Merrifield, from where he moved to Planet Capital Limited as an associate director and later director and head of corporate finance advisory group. Sam is currently the group managing director at Ancoria Capital Group. Welcome to the panel, Sam. If we go straight to it, you can see the panel is, I can't wait. Over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, once more. Welcome to the afternoon session. We had a very immersive morning session, and from the look of things, this afternoon session will be worthwhile. So I'll first like to thank the MC for the wonderful introduction and thank all of you for coming and your interest in the subject matter of today, which is AI. And then I also want to thank Regenesis for arranging this wonderful panel of impressive and accomplished professionals. So I'll dive right into it. So the first person I'll be asking a question, obviously, is Kemi Ariyo. So my question is, has AI become a net risk reducer or a net risk creator for Nigeria's financial services industry? And what evidence supports your position?
Okay. Huh? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's a very interesting question. I don't necessarily agree that it's a net reducer, and I don't agree that it's an increase. I would say it's right in between, and I'll tell you why I'm standing with that position. The frauds have reduced greatly. They've reduced by, I would say, about 70%. Hello? Can you hear me now? All right. All right. So I'll take what I said again so that everybody can hear me. Okay. Yeah. Hello? This is much better. Thank you. All right. So I wouldn't say it's a reducer, neither would I say it's an increaser. I'm coming from that position because the frauds and the hacks have reduced. And I'm sure if you heard in 2022, 2023, you heard a lot of banking compromise, a lot of compromise happened that got reported. But from 2024, 2025, it reduced, the numbers reduced. But why I wouldn't agree that it's a reducer is because the ones that do get in actually have more impact than the number. So quantity-wise has reduced, quality-wise has increased in terms of the volume of money. So as of 2025, and I'm going to use only 2025 data because we don't have the stats for this year yet. It went into billions, and I mean billions, hundreds of billions of naira. It was about 600 billion. That was the actual financial impact from the hacks. But the volumes of the hacks have reduced. So as more fintechs adopt AI, you see them detecting it, you see them preventing it, but also the bad guys are also getting AI advanced, and this is where you now see that course where you have the people they have GPTs as frauds. They have one-word GPTs, and you can literally now subscribe to them for as little as 1,700 per annum, and they're now using this to constantly attack. So when they do get through, the volume of money that they move is more, but the attacks are lesser. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful comments on the subject. So I'll move to the next person, Mr. Oludare Oshodi. My question is, how can Nigerian banks, fintechs, insurers, and government institutions balance AI-driven efficiency with cybersecurity, privacy, and ethical considerations?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. So when we look at it, AI is more like a double-edged sword. We have the innovation part of it, and we have the security part of it, because it can also create some security risks. But if you'd ask me, I would say we need both, really. We need both sides of the coin. So, but what really matters here now is how are we able to manage between both? And that would take me to governance. Previous speakers have touched on it one way or the other, but it's still very important. It matters how we actually govern everything. The business would have to understand the innovation and the security risks behind it. Then we can now talk about how to mitigate both. So it's already helping organizations, AI is helping organizations detect fraud, customer, a lot of innovations around it. Also, it also has its own risks. So, but from what I said, governance. So if we get these fundamentals right, I think it would really help us to let AI become a business enabler rather than just looking at the security part of it. So the security part of it, in as much as it's important, it's very important that we should have it properly governed so that we can mitigate these risks appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oludare. Please, hands of applause for the two speakers so far. Yes. So my next person I'll be asking a question is Mr. Sam Chidoka. And my question is, AI automates critical financial decisions such as credit scoring, fraud detection, and compliance monitoring. Who should be accountable when AI systems make costly or discriminatory errors?
Thank you. The people behind it. I could answer in one sentence. At the end of the day, we must understand that AI is just a tool. Institutions are run by human beings, and accountability rests on human beings and never on tech or AI. Innovation would always happen. And it's good to catch on with innovation. I was reading a report that said that 87% of Nigerian banks are now using AI in one form or the other. However, Nigeria as a nation, in terms of AI adoption, we are less than 10%. So generally as a country, we're less than 10% in AI adoption, but the banks have moved over 80% adoption by banks. What that generally means is that banks are finding more quicker, more efficient ways to deal with clients. Especially if you think about banking in terms of why do I need to have banking halls and people full of banking halls? Remember the days when we used to have tally numbers? The Gen Zs won't understand what I'm saying. But we used to have tally numbers. When you go to the bank, you know you are going to spend the whole day. But technology, remember the days when we used to have up-country and in-state transactions? So if you pay a check into a Nigerian bank, that is a Kano State check, it will clear in 5 days. If it is Lagos State check, it will clear in 3 days. Today, markets have moved. Even the NGX is now doing T+1. It used to be T+5 to T+3. Then it went to T+2 and T+1, meaning that if you sell your securities today, the next day you get credited. All of those things are being done by AI and technology, right? But at the end of the day, we must not forget that there has to be a human being behind it. Governance is human-driven. AI may be the tool in which you use to drive governance, but at the end of the day, there's a human being that will be held responsible. People don't go to a bank and say, I transferred money yesterday, I didn't get it. Then they tell you, that's the AI in charge of operations, stop to it. Nobody does that. You finally get to speak to somebody. You write a petition against the bank. The authorities talk to the MD or to the people behind the bank. So at the end of the day, I think we must realize that whilst AI is good, should be embraced, but the people. Governance is about people. Risk is about people. Internal controls is about people. So in answer to your question again, it's the people.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sam. Appreciate it. So my next question is to Mr. Babajide Lewis. What investments should organizations prioritize first? AI innovation, cybersecurity resilience, workforce upskilling, or data governance? And can they realistically achieve all four simultaneously?
In my experience, I would say all at the same time, because you can't do one and abandon the other, because the risk is that you have a fantastic Lamborghini, for example, and nobody knows how to drive it or how to maximize the benefits therein. So I would say invest in technology so you're not behind, so you can innovate and sell more to your customers. But at the same time, train people how to use it. Because if people don't know how to use a thing or how to direct it to be more efficient, they will misuse it or underuse it or, abuse it or something like that. So you will not get the maximum return on your investment. So I would say all.
Thank you so much.
Training, AI infrastructure, and continuous improvement.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, sure.
AI is very expensive, my brother. Very, very expensive. How are we going to afford that?
You don't have to necessarily invest in all aspects of AI. I would say direct your energy to what you need. And the thing is, most AI systems nowadays, in my experience, can do a lot of things for you. You just have to direct it to say, do this for me, continuously iterate it to do what you want it to do for you. You understand what I'm saying? So you just have to invest in the use case that best meets your requirements and continuously improving and train people to use it and put controls around it. That is a 360 degrees approach to implementing AI that is practicable, that I'm seeing.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, if I may just chime in. And I agree with you. AI is expensive, but fraud is more expensive.
Yeah.
In 2025 Q1, the Nigerian banking system lost 3.2 billion naira to fraud, 1 quarter. So if you annualize that, and that's just Q1, and maybe they are sensitive.
So about 100 billion, there was one big.
Yeah, that was just Q1. But again, you find that with experience, there's more fraud at the end of the year than at the beginning of the year. Because towards the end of the year, some people want to go and flex. So fraud increases at the end of the year. So if you just oppose that 3.2 billion is just small. And in this year, there was, I think many people would have heard about it. Some people connived and kidnapped people's data and made them pay to release their data. So they didn't kidnap human beings, they kidnapped data from reputable organizations in Nigeria. Hit one of the banks for 700 billion naira, one hit. So I agree that AI is expensive, but in my view, and what I try to tell my team and people that work with me is that we have to be ahead of the curve. And sometimes we are afraid of regulation, but I always say that innovation comes before regulation. You innovate and regulators will catch up with you. Just keep going. They'll be chasing you behind. The problem sometimes is that some regulators are so strict that they stop innovation. So whilst I agree that it's expensive, especially in your field, in your field, but in the financial sector, it is cheaper to spend that money and keep depositors' money safe. Because at the end of the day, the money is not yours. It belongs to other people.
Agreed.
It's a round of applause for everyone. Okay.
Permit me another perspective.
Okay.
So, speaking about data governance now, data governance is one very important part we need to look at. So that leads us to ethical AI. If we don't properly govern that data, it's one of the major reasons why AI that goes live fails today, because they did not govern that data properly. So when they get results, that's when we start seeing biases. And when we look at the fundamentals of computing, the garbage in, garbage out thing, because the data has not been properly governed, you put in data that it's not clean enough, then you start having very, very poor results. So this is another part that will also lead to the people to be trained. So that question is all intertwined one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eludari. So my next question goes to Mr. Adeleke Okembe. What skills and governance structures should boards, executives, risk managers, auditors, and ICT leaders develop to effectively oversee AI-related risks over the next 5 years?
So how do I put it? First of all, I would say that let me digress a bit. I function in the healthcare space, right? And when I hear people talk about AI, is different for us, right? It's totally different. If there is a data breach in your AI model. If you're in the financial sector, you lose money. It's okay, you can always get money back. In the telecom sector, there is a breach somewhere. I mean, your network goes down. You would always get those things back. But in the healthcare space, it's different. Imagine where there is a misdiagnosis life. So that's kind of that's kind of huge. So to go to your old question, I would say every organization should have an AI governance framework, right? That should include oversights on risk management, data management, vendor management, right? The responsibility of AI outcome is not just sitting on technology alone, right? It sits with the healthcare provider. If you function in the healthcare space, there is no how you would have AI integrated into your clinical applications, your EMR, your imaging applications, that you will not conduct regular audits, right? You do risk assessment, regularly. You make sure that you are taking consent, especially when you are retrieving patient data. It's very, very important to us. Yeah. So those things needs to be put in place, right? To ensure that, everybody follows that structure. For us, data is everything. Like I've mentioned before, data is everything. Every clinical decision needs a clinician's oversight. In the healthcare space, AI is just an enabler, as far as we are concerned. That's how it works for us here, right? While it promotes clinical efficiency and what have you, it's an enabler, right? So those key parameters need to be put in place, right, for proper adoption in the system.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So my last but not least question goes to Dr. Francis. Looking ahead to 2030, what will be the single biggest AI-related operational risk facing Nigeria's financial ecosystem? And what actions should organizations begin taking to prepare?
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I love because you mentioned 2030. But I do think that the risk is now, not 2030. Just that most people don't know. Recently, CBN announced that institutions, third parties, and non-related parties should begin to localize their data. Now, the question is, how do we achieve that with AI? The point today is that the data is out there. The point today is that data owners have lost their data without knowing. So what it means that you are no longer your data owner. So we are still looking to see how that can be enforced. By compliance, yes, you can do your checklist. But in terms of privacy and security, no, we've lost it. So let me go back to your question. Looking at 2030, like I said, it is now. Just like the former speakers have said, yes, AI introducing operational risk and at the same time, reducing operational risk and at the same time, introducing vulnerabilities. So it's both ways. So the question is not all about the AI adoption, but how responsible is it being governed? Is it being secured? And is it being regulated? As we speak today, it's not being regulated. Now, the former speakers have said, yes, especially financial institutions, banks have adopted. But I can tell you, in quotes, at corporate levels, no, but at individual levels, yes. And that takes us what we call AI, shadow AI. And that is where the major risk is. Today in the office, give a subordinate assignment. He or she will simply put it in ChatGPT and give it back to you. You say me, ask question. The information you're putting on ChatGPT, do you have control over it? No. So that is where the main problem is. And that is where the governance we are talking about is, and unfortunately, is not yet being regulated. So no institution today can tell yes, even when you have introduced that at the corporate level, the individuals working for you, any question you giving students, give them assignment, they put in AI and copy and give back to the teacher. So we shouldn't be talking about 2030. We are talking about now. The risk is now. So that takes us to governance, securing it and regulating it. Now, are we not saying since the regulators, just like my former colleague said, yes, they always run after, just like when the cloud adoption came, they were all sleeping. Banks and other corporates have moved far to the cloud before CBN and others now came out to start saying, you do this, you do that, you do. Meanwhile, your data is all there. So my advice is, in as much as the regulators are yet to even understand whether to regulate or not to regulate, at organizational levels, please come up with your data governance and your AI governance. Because you cannot achieve AI governance without data governance. AI rides on your data. And the earlier we start that, in fact, not even at corporate level, even at individual levels, be very, very conscious and take ownership of your data. When we are talking about governance, take that personal governance, where accountability comes in, oversight comes in. Ask questions where you need to ask questions. But please, minimize and know the things you drop on ChatGPT, the things you drop on Copilot and other places, because it is your data that is flying here and there. Those your data is also what the AIs are also using for other modeling without you knowing. So, in summary, we shouldn't be talking about 2030. We are talking about now. It is now, and the risk is also now. The only thing that most people don't not know until we begin to see the impact of the risk. So that will be my response. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, just to add and support our statement, CBN actually did release earlier this year, March, I think. They released the ML anti-money laundering framework where everybody has to comply by 2028, I think is the deadline they have given. And part of that ML is, first of all, bringing your data back locally. So in as much as we want to do that, I want to give some very input ideas. If you have a way to guarantee that the banks can move their data seamlessly from the cloud into local data centers, protecting it, you've got a really good business idea right there. And as much as everybody is giving ideas and things, but practical AI uses there. And then there's this company in the US that is solving the privacy problem by creating little tiny AI computers. And they sell it to you at about $1,400. And you basically can run about 12,000 different models of that. And that guarantees that your data stays with you localized. It guarantees that you don't have your own data is not being used to train other people's model, and your model is learning. And you can get to update your models as new models come out off of this little gadget, and you can be completely offline. So that remains privacy focused, and you can solve that problem there. I've ordered one. I'm waiting for mine. There's a backlog for it, but that will solve that problem. Now, for organizations, what should organizations do? I think at some point, how we started to have chief digital officers, we are now moving to the world of chief AI officers. And there's a lot of programs being geared towards chief AI. I know Cornell has one. There's also another institute in Switzerland that has started building up chief AI officers that will teach organizations at an executive levels and have strategy how to, and I'm hoping that Regenesis is going to come up with something like this to help combat and that's why I'm looking at you, Dr. Markov, to help combat how organizations, especially in Nigeria, that our adoption rate is not very high, to have such courses that will teach them how to make sure that from an executive level, they have data governance, they have privacy in the organizations. And one of the things that we did in Airtel to make sure that people cannot use outside data, open cloud, open GPTs and open AI, open source AIs on our data, is that we locked everything down. And I mean everything. You cannot use on our home, on our corporate Wi-Fi, you can't reach ChatGPT, you can't reach Claude. Instead, we have our own custom built GPT, and that works on our data, and you can get more or less the same thing. And we have our Copilot customized that doesn't connect to the cloud. So that's one of the things organizations can do while they are waiting for a better, robust model. Another thing that I would recommend that most organizations to do would be to look at the EU AI Act, and look at the EU DORA. So usually we are always slightly behind the EU, and by the time the EU laws are passed and everything, and Nigeria wants to come, we're basically doing a lift and shift. I'm not going to say copy and paste, lift and shift, and we adopt their laws. So if you actually take the guidance of the EU Act and DORA for the implementation from an operational perspective, that would really help you as an organization to be prepared for the AI world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the MC, we're done. Okay. The audience can ask 1 or 2 questions. Yeah.
Don't worry. All right. Thank you very much. I think it's been quite, it's more interesting when you get young people talking about these things, because when the old people talk about it, it looks like they are rehearsing what they've been told to do. But when you see people young talking about that, means they are practitioners. Interesting. But one thing I want to underscore in this conversation is that there's something you said. The truth of the matter is that the data on AI use and all of that in Nigeria are largely not correct. Sorry. Most of them are just mere intent and AI enthusiasm. You don't really see the gap between the real maturity of AI and the real usage is mass. I can tell you, as I speak to you, I have a card from one of the tier 1 banks that has expired for almost 3 months. Nobody has called me to say your card is expired. It's as basic as that. A card that does something good. The account does something good. And nobody has said that. Predictive AI will tell you a month or 2 that your card will soon expire and even deliver it to you. So, and that is where Genesis comes in, really. I tell you the truth. Most institutions are they're not measuring the impact of AI. Even those who claim they are doing AI, they're not really doing serious AI. There's no serious training. It's just the whole AI, what I call AI temperament. We call shadow AI. AI temperament is nice to say, nice to have, but the truth of the matter is that if you go to most institutions, the real AI knowledge, maturity, impact is not there. We're just talking about it. And one thing about this is like they tell us that when you take JAMB more than 2 or 3 times, every question looks familiar, but the answer is the problem. So everybody's saying it sounds so sweet, and the real action is the problem. And I think it's something to challenge you guys also, even at the leadership roles, to be intentional about impacting this knowledge, measure it and reward it, so that it doesn't become, having fun talking about it. Anybody can cram anything now and say, but if you look at organizations at the leadership level, the same person after the meeting said that we're going digital is asking you expect me to approve this thing on computer. My friend, go and bring the paper. As basic as that. That's number 1. Number 2 is, unfortunately, I don't know whether it is the scope of the panel work. I don't seem to hear about the real issue about AI, which is experience management framework. Product experience, customer experience, employee experience, brand experience. Because at the end of the day, the victims of this whole thing is the customer. How are you optimizing your service to the customer? That's what brands, there's a lot of confusion around control, fraud, control, compliance. Complying what? All this fraud they're talking about is people's money that was lost. So it is important also we elevate the conversation to focus a little more on the experience management framework, to be sure that AI is designed to serve the customer, not to protect the enterprise at the detriment of the customer. Which is also where I think the intervention of Regenesis will also help us. I'm sure that from what I see, they're also looking at how do we model, because the customer looks at you, he's enjoying the thing. When he goes, he will say, there's really nothing for me in this thing. These people are just having fun talking to themselves. And I walk away and say, I can't see any, nobody's talking about the customer here. And I think whether it is the scope of the engagement, but I think it's important for us to always contextualize this thing on how do we serve the customer, whether it is fraud management system, whether it is risk, whether it's compliance and all of that. I think it's basically what it is, because the truth of the matter, at the end of the day, Nigeria has no AI management framework as a nation. In fact, AU, I'm not sure it's more than 3 countries that have been able to put in place an AI management framework. So it's a serious crisis. We are really dealing in a situation where institutions are investing in AI and allowing employees to catch up. Crisis. There's no deliberate investment on employees on AI. There's no budget. They will tell you to go to Coursera and go and learn it. So that is why you see most technology investments are not, after 1 year, they don't renew it because the person who introduced it had left. The person who brought that particular AI has already left the company. So they don't even renew it. They start afresh. So you must be able to drive this kind of change where we have to debate the budget for building capacity. I'm not training. Training is a fleeting language. Building capacity on the use of AI, because staff are always doing catch up. And they never seem to catch up. Some people are still struggling with automation, digitization. We have entered AI. And then it's a crisis. So there must be an intention on all of us at different levels of leadership to preach that the budget for AI must be put on the table and debated. Because the risk of having an employee who's not AI mature is very, very high. He messes up the system, he goes to another company, they keep on messing up the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, just a quick, thank you very much, sir. And I appreciate your candid opinion on this. But I think also that there perhaps experiences also vary. From where I sit, I see maybe a bit more than your experience. So for instance, my bank tells me when my card is about, I get emails to say, I know. I'm just giving you an example. So different experiences. My bank sends me, in fact, I have a particular bank that the new card is printed before the old bank, the card expires. And they mail it to me. I don't go to the bank, Nigerian bank. So experience it. And maybe she's a good example to use because she's from Iwosan, right? And I use Iwosan to do for the past, I was introduced to Iwosan 2 years ago, I think. And I've done 3 years now. This is the 3rd year of my annual checks there. And I see one of the things that I went the first time, one of the things that made me, maybe you pay me when I finish. One of the things that made me stay is just, whether it is AI, whether it's digitization, but just the thing that you see with how they relate. So they remind me annually for my annual checkup. They remind me when I have meetings with specialists. They book meetings with specialists offshore, onshore, to meet with me to discuss issues. When I go there, I don't see paper around. You sit down with this doctor, you finish. When you go to the next one, the other one already knows what the other one had, whatever. Everything is computerized and all of that. And when you finish, they give you a nice lunch. So I see that digitization. Yeah, nice lunch. You should try it. You should try it, Wilson. Yeah. So I see that digitization happening there. And I'm not talking about from a banking perspective, because from a banking and finance perspective, a lot is happening. Where I agree with you is the laws behind it. But like I've always said, my view about it is just keep on innovating. Just keep on innovating. The regulators, especially our regulators. But even funny enough, if you study what has happened with Anthropic, the US government had to say, stop. They just said, stop. We don't know this one. Yes. So, yeah, like nothing happened. So the US government says, hold on, let's review what you have done and approve it first before you can bring out this model. And just last week, they were told, okay, because the US government panicked that even government data could be put out there with what Anthropic has built. But when they found out that, okay, there were guardrails and there were protection, it's okay. But you know what? They had built it first. So in terms of, I agree with you, Regenesis as a school can continue to teach. People should have a budget for it. She has a valid point, it's expensive. But you don't say because education is expensive, you try literacy. It's the way of the world. It just has to be the way to go. There is no other way to go. For those who want to have everything localized, and I appreciate what you're doing in your institution and all of that, but unfortunately, it's the way of the world. It has come to stay. Data is going to travel. Data is going to move because data will help in solving problems. You see what she gave us? Life expectancy of 53. With AI, life expectancy in Nigeria is going to go sharp and fast, higher. People are going to live longer. People are going to live longer because she talked about it, predictive healthcare service. They're going to look at your line and say, okay, what happened? What's going to happen in 10 years? This is what you're likely to get. This is the treatment you need. This is the lifestyle changes. People are going to live longer on this earth. I know that for a fact. There was a bank in Nigeria that had an advert that said, at a time, cars are going to run on water. Unfortunately, the bank is no longer available to say. The bank has gone underwater, but it said cars will run on water. But they were right. The point is that they were right. Oh, you were there? You were right. It's happening already. Personally, I drive an EV. I don't buy fuel anymore. I just charge my car and I go. And I know that very soon. And I tell people always that things are going to massively, massively change. At a point, we're going to look like madmen. People are just going to be walking on the streets and just be talking because they don't have to hold a phone. When Job said they're going to have a phone that doesn't need a pad, that it will be all screen, people said it was impossible. If you check this room now, 90% of the phones here don't have a pad to type. They are all screens. I think a time is going to come when just by a small device that you put on your shirt or put in your ear somewhere, you do everything that a phone can do. AI has come to stay. We better try and catch up. We better try and do data protection like she has said. If not, Nigeria will just be left inside Nigeria and all the other countries will go. Right, folks?
Just one comment from me. So all I'm going to say is, at the end of the day, AI is just hardware and software, either shared or dedicated, that can be modified for every use case that is currently in use or that people can think of. So think about it that way. And, these scenarios can be solved. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Israel. I'm an AI engineer from Cocoon, and my questions are directed to Mrs. Kemi and Mr. Babajide. You said something that really struck me. I had it in my mind ever since the doctor came out, and she mentioned that AI is expensive. And thank God you mentioned how Airtel is managing that, having to run their local AI model within your network. And I'm presuming you're running GPUs. And GPUs are not cheap. They're expensive. And so my question to Mr. Babajide, with your experience as a solutions architect, how do you manage costs with AI? I mean, Nigeria and Lagos particularly, we have a lot of SMEs. Most of these businesses cannot provide that cost. How do we, what's the framework requires to close that bridge such that we still go through this management of AI and it can go within their budget? Yeah.
So thanks for that question. AI systems are not all the same. You have entry-level systems, you have enterprise systems, depending on the use case or the models you're building. So every use case is different from what I've seen. In some cases, you got to start from where you are. If you're a small organization, go for the small systems and the use cases. If you're a big organization, then you can afford something bigger, right? At Hewlett-Packard, some of the large enterprise systems run on our platforms globally. But, the systems don't all cost the same. And there's also room for sharing.
for example, these ChatGPTs of this world is shared by millions of people in a data center sitting in the US or somewhere. So at the end of the day, the scenario, the use case determines the cost of the system. So you start small, you look at the use cases, you look at the what you're trying to do, and then don't build a Lamborghini for a scenario that requires a normal sedan car, something like that. You get what I'm saying? So this is my answer to you. You know, it says just build within the budget, and this is why you have people like us at the vendor side, the OEM side of things, to help you look at the scenario, and then we can crack something within your budget. And talking to other colleagues behind us also that have more experience, and then we put things together, and then yes, design for that scenario. And then you can also share, like I said, okay, organizations don't all have to own the infrastructure. That's not true. You can share, and let me tell you something. Beyond the GPUs, the physical infrastructure, there's also the software. So the software can sit behind a hardware that is being shared and multi-tenanted. So you don't have to own it. You can share it in some cases, and then you can build your own use case from that, and they can localize it with security for your own use. So it'll look like you own it, but in actual fact, it's just software as a service that they're selling to you with AI capability. So every scenario will determine what is needed, depending on the security and all the other parameters that need to be built into it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I have GPUs. Am I running all my use cases? No. Am I running everything on my GPU? No, because I picked my most important use cases and I prioritized. And that's how I'm able to afford to run my own local AI. Now, to answer your question specifically, most SMEs that I know, in the previous life of mine, I used to work with a lot of SMEs. SMEs are not really interested in how the technology works. They're interested in the use case. So if you can model your use cases in such a way that you find out what they actually need to run their unique organizations and how to run their business, you can actually build a privacy-based layered AI for them that will be affordable. And that's what Mr. Babajide was saying. If you come up with, okay, let's do a survey of saying, I want to service 1,000 SMEs, and I want to give them an AI solution to solve this particular use case, rather than giving them a full block of AI that does a lot of things that they might not necessarily need. That would help them adopt faster, right? And affordably. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for everybody for this very insightful session. MC.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we will very quickly proceed with giving our panelists and the moderator the gifts. So, Madam Vivian, maybe you can. So we can start with Kemi. Please come forward. Na Adeleke. Doc, please come forward. Dr. Francis. Then Mr. Oludare, you'll be next. Thank you. Lewis, please, also shortly. Let's give them a clap, please. They've done a good job. Yeah. Then we'll come forward after the last. Thank you. Yes. We'll just come forward for a group photo. Then the moderator, Mr. Tuk, please. Then we'll come forward for a group photograph together. Dr. Mako. Yeah, let's meet for a photo, please. Group photo. Dr. Mako, please join them. Vivian? Yes. Vision? They've done a good job, yeah? Thank you very much.
It's getting ready, but they make the front of the floor beautiful. Don't lock them in now. Stay stuck. Yeah, yeah. I just want us to stay touch. Let Dr. Marco come before.
No,
lady.
No, we can do, they can do maybe on style.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, are we all facing this way?
I don't know.
We do?
This way.
But just last this out? Yeah. Which puppet up here are we looking at?
All of them.
Oh, okay. Smiles, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send them now.
So, Ms. Indarani, please. Welcome.
So we've had, from the morning to now, what's consistent is we have some of the biggest industry represented here today. The biggest industries in Kenya and Africa have been here. So before we lose our speakers and on the panel, I'm hoping that I can still have them in the room. Thank you. Thank you. Before we lose everyone, I think it's very important for us not to just come here, and we mentioned this in the morning. We're not here just to listen to knowledge being spewed out, because then you could have sat at your office or in your bedroom, streamed in and compared all of what we've said on AI, whether it be Claude, Gemini, and you would have got probably more information. We've come here together today because we have to take out something far more important. I spoke about making history this morning, and who's going to be the history makers. So what do we want from this forum? What do we want from launching a school of AI? Why do we want to be the forerunners as Regenesis? Because we know that there has to be the leverage of where education is transformational, of where tech is used to make this world better. But if Regenesis tried to do this on its own, we'll become another education institute that you'll be comparing us to in terms of knowledge. We haven't come here for that. This is not the reason we chose to launch a school of AI. We chose because we want to change the suffering in Africa. We want to level the playing ground in Africa. We want to discontinue being followers in Africa. We want to turn out the coders here, the AI agents here. So what is it that we want? We want to revolutionize Africa in becoming a forerunner in AI. That's our dream. Now, how do we do this? Here's one big idea. Because it's never several people and millions that change the world. It's one person, one idea, one courageous leader, sometimes not even a leader. You know, when I think of Dr. Marco, he was a monk. And typically you don't see monks changing the world, right? But spiritual leaders have the greatest impact in the world. And so this big idea that we have is, how do we take you as our partners? How do we ensure that at least with Regenesis, we are committing to 1 million Nigerians having access to free AI education in Nigeria? Now, what does that mean? It means that those AI trainers or students should come from healthcare. They should come from telecommunications. They should come from the financial institution. They should have partnerships in government. Because if we mobilize ourselves, then it's not 1 million people just being educated. It is 1 million people disrupting every industry in Nigeria. 1 million people in Nigeria, 1 million people in Kenya, 1 million people in South Africa. From the south to the north of Africa, we're going to be touching lives with this revolution. So today the question is not if you're going to sit here and take in information, but the question is, are you with us, Nigeria? Are you ready to be that bold person in your organization to say, I am with you, Regenesis. We are going to change Nigeria after this conference. Who is with us? Who is with us? Thank you. So that is what we have to leave here with today. We have to leave with the discussion of how we cement these partnerships, not waiting for us to come from South Africa and India again for another conference. Then we're wasting our time and we're wasting your time minus the good food that the gentleman mentioned earlier, right? And so we invite you to be part of the rest of this discussion. There's going to be a masterclass. We're going to break for lunch. Then we have a panel discussion and a very in-depth fireside chat that we close off on. So stay connected, deeply connected, and let's take this connection into a collaboration to disrupt Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Inderani. I think she deserves a better clap, yeah? The one big idea. Now, we're going to move to the next quite very exciting session. And we have the ICT and Finance Masterclass, AI-driven financial technology transformation in Nigeria, the business case for AI in the Nigerian market. This will be led by Kayode Akomolafe. He's the CEO, Graycom Technology Limited, and a former director of AWS. Are you in the house? Welcome, sir. Yes, go forward. It's your time. So, Mr. Kayode is the CEO of Graycom Technology Limited. He's the senior business and technology executive. No, just come here, sir. It's your time. It's your session. Yeah. And the senior business technology executive. You know, it's good to be close to senior people. There's the AI effect. Yeah, it generates. So he's been an executive for about 25 years of experience driving enterprise growth and digital transformation, technology modernization across financial services, and global technology across Africa. He's a former commercial business leader and enterprise business leader in digital transformation, and the director of Amazon Web Services, AWS. I'm sure you all know, the institution, where he pioneered the enterprise cloud business in West Africa, built a $40 million portfolio, and advised the executive leadership teams on leveraging cloud and AI to achieve scale, resilience, and sustainability. Welcome, sir. This is your moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a very short time because I have an hour stop by 2 p.m. I hope I can do this in 15 minutes. Okay. So the work I've been given is to do AI-driven financial and technology transformation in Nigeria. I have it on my phone, so I might be looking at my phone as I talk. Thank you. Yeah, great thought leaders in terms of what AI can do for us. And I think I can't say it less than what has already been said by, in my own words, that we call captains of industry, right? In their own realm, which they've kind of enlightened us on what AI can do. So globally, AI is a $1 trillion opportunity. Do we agree? That's what the analysts That's what they say. About 1.3 trillion. They've quantified it, right? A chunk of that is sitting in Africa, right? And we all know that financial industry, they are the biggest spender, right? They have the deep pockets. They are the most innovative, right? Most of the use cases that have been spoken of earlier today is talking directly to financial services industry. So that's my focus today. AI strategy, my next slide, okay. AI strategy must be business-led and not technology-led. And I'm happy that has been re-echoed earlier today. And somebody said AI is expensive. Yes. AI will be expensive if it's not business-led. Everyone that thinks AI is expensive, it means they've gotten AI wrong. Because AI cannot be expensive. How many of us have used Google Drive? How many of us? I used it this morning. How much did it cost you? Right? Zero, right? Yeah, some people are paying for it anyway. But what that tells you is once the business value is not clear, right? AI will be expensive. So organizations should never run AI because they want to do AI. It should be our expenses is 2 billion. We want to cut it to 1 billion. And when we run this model that is going to cost us 200 million, we'll get it there. So it will never be expensive. It pays for itself. So AI must be business-led. And business strategy is key. Organization that does not have business strategy, clear business strategy, don't have any business going to AI. It's going to be very expensive, right? So it's going to be clearly defined. We have 40 million customers. Today, our revenue per customer is 1 naira per customer, right? We want to take that to 2 naira per customer. And we have this AI, whether it's from Claude, Anthropic, whatever it is, that says they can do cross-sell, upsell, right? And we sell, and we've also discovered that I'm using FSI. Our product per customer is less than 1, right? It means not everybody using the product. We want to drive it to 1 product per customer or 2 products per customer. So it's clear. And we call the technology, oh yeah, come and do the magic. How much does it cost? So before we start, we know how much it costs. We know the business value. And the way most of the technology owner does is they will do MVV for you almost free. So come and prove the value for the small use case. If it cannot work, you can't prove it, it's not meeting my KPI, there's no need to do it. So we pack it, we move to the next thing. So it costs me nothing, right? As a business. So the key message out of this first slide is AI strategy must be business-led, not technology-led. Once we feel it is expensive in an organization, then we get it all wrong. We need to go back to the drawing table and do the right thing so that we get it right. My next slide. Why does AI matter? I think we all know that, right? And I love what my guy in the is it blue jacket said. Yeah, it's customer expectations, right? Yeah. So I disagree though that fraud is not customer. It's customer too, right? Because some customers lose money too. And if you lost money before and you call your bank and they say it's your fault, it's my fault, right? You are the one, you start to argue. Eventually, what you want to use the money for, it's impacted. So it's also, fraud also impact customers. That's what I'm saying. So it's actually customer too. So customer expectations is driving why AI matters, right? The slide is there. Fraud, operational efficiency, regulation and compliance, fintech competition. Those are some of the things that is driving, right, the AI and why it matters in the financial industry. And AI delivers value across the banking value chains. The value is clear. It's just that organization must sit down and know what is important to them, their business strategy. And that be very clear that anybody in the organization can run with it, right? My word, they say make the vision plain so that whoever that run with it will run, right, with all that it takes. So AI, a lot of use case around customer acquisition, onboarding, cross-sell, upsell, fraud, we mentioned that, risk management, collection and compliance. Somebody was mentioning collection earlier. Why should my bank not tell me my card has expired? I want to say, why should, and I love the healthcare that the gentleman shared earlier, right? Being proactive. And I remember like 8-10 years ago that we were working with one of the fintech in Nigeria, that they were already thinking, why should people's credit run off on power, right? Why should, I don't know if you experience it, you just discover that there is no light because you've run off power. Why should that happen? Why can't IKDC, EKDC prompt me that, oh, my credit is going to expire in today, 2 days. And proactively, I quickly pay. Even phone credit. Some people that use prepaid. Was it prepaid or postpaid? One of it, right? Your credit just finished in the middle of the call. Why can't they, oh, you've been using this in the past, in the next 3 days, your credit will finish, right? Those are AI use cases. Sorry, my phone keeps going down because that is too tiny, I couldn't see. I think I'm getting younger. Yeah, so there are valid use cases that AI delivers. We all agree in this room that the value of AI is, you can't question it, right? We've all been using AI, whether we like it or not. We've been using Google Drive, we've been buying on Amazon, right? And it say, buy this, and it's been recommending one or two things for you that you're doing. So AI has been honed, like a couple of use cases. So my next slide is talking about what are the global AI use cases in the financial industry, and there are quite a number of them. So we have the fraud detection, anti-money laundering, credit scoring. I will be there in Nigeria. I was sitting with one of the bank executives. They are still doing their credit scoring themselves. But I'm sure we have a credit scoring bureau in Nigeria, right? But I just don't know how robust they are, because if banks are still doing their own credit scoring themselves, then it means we still have more work for us to do. That is just the reality. KYC onboarding, that is very important. I was opening an account yesterday, and I know my driver's license or whatever I'm using as my ID is going to expire in the next 2 years, right? Most banks are having expired, what do we call it? Identity, whatever, in their banking system, that has expired. It's just something that is looking through those data and is proactively prompting it out to the account officer that is telling the customer, right? Because some of us, we're having our passport that expired 3-4 years ago as the valid ID with our bank, right? Those are KYC. Those things, AI will just bring that up. It's going to tell us that, look, this guy that's expired, you can even call the customer, right? Agentic AI. And even customer can even, everything will happen without human interaction. Those are the kind of value that AI can bring. So the use cases are there. Customer experience, oh, amazing. Customer experience. How many of us would like to be driving and you just remember that, or let's say you're driving and just like we talked, something just pop up on your phone. Oh, your credit is going to go up on your phone or your meter at home. We say, okay, really? Can you make the payment? And you just talk while you're driving and say, okay, let's go ahead, approve, and approve. And payment is made. You don't need to open one app, log in, bring in your token, get an alert, type in the 4 code, all those kind of, because what technology is supposed to do is to drive ease, right? That's what all of us are doing technology. We're driving ease. We're making life easier. Somebody said the time is coming where all of us will look like madmen, right? We just be walking around, we just talking, whereas we're having conversation without need to hold phone. Because this day somebody is talking, you see phone, okay, it's on the phone. But imagine there is no phone, and maybe it's just a chip, maybe it's in his brain that you can't even see it in his hair, and he just talking. What's he doing? So that's the level we're going to get to in terms of ease from some of those AI use cases around customer experience. Then document intelligence. Lawyers among us knows a lot about that. Then personalization, that's the one I love the most. How many of us, you keep getting email and call from the banks, and you're like, I've been banking with this customer for like 10 years. You still don't know me? They say you need to come and get a loan to pay your children's school fees when you're already a grandfather, and you stop paying school fees, right? Quite a lot of those. Somebody's asking to come and get a loan to buy a car when you have 2 or 3 in your garage, right? You even have an EV, and you are doing some of the documentation through the same bank. They can see all the transactions. They still don't know. So those could be frustrating sometimes, right? Time check. Oh, 6 minutes. Nigeria opportunity. So fraud has been on the rise, like gentleman on the edge there said earlier. Digital lending is also another opportunity. Compliance, collection, and customer assistance, right? That common assistance for me, I think, is the icing on the cake. I want to see us do a lot of that, but most of the infrastructure in Nigeria. And when one of the speakers says our adoption on AI is in the bank is 70%, I was like, okay, I think Madam corrected that shadow AI we're talking about. We're talking about that 70% because most banks in AI don't even have a AI strategy. AI strategy, talk less of now driving AI, right? So that is the truth because somebody like us, we are everywhere. We are into all the banks, so we have that visibility, and we can say that with authority today. So we move to AI strategy framework. Like I said earlier, it has to be business-led. If you don't have clear business objectives that you want to deliver with a high, there is no need going. It's be very expensive, it'll be painful, right? And we're just going to be another those failed projects on the bandwagon. Then data is non-negotiable, right? But good enough, technology has matured a lot now. We've gotten past where in those days when we used to do data warehouse. Without data warehouse, data must be in a particular way, in a particular shape or form before you can even get value out of them. Not anymore, right? Just throw the data in somewhere. AI can even look at your data and figure out the value and help you arrange it. I even help you to do a lot of that, right? We've matured when it's come to AI, but data is the very foundational. Technology choice. I think one lady also mentioned, I think part of the panelists, in terms of there are technology choices, right? There are several AI models that work best for specific use cases. So in building those business-led use case-driven strategy, all those need to be clearly articulated and clearly outlined. Then people is super, super important. I think it was earlier said, training is key, right? And this people is not just the IT when it's talking about, when we talk about AI training, the first thing our mind gets into the IT. No, it's actually the business first. Actually, serious organization that want to run IT, they train the executive first. Because if the business value is not clear, which is going to be driven by those businesses. I love the one question that was asked, who is to be held responsible for failed AI project? Abi, we said the person that owns it, right? That must be a business owner that owns P&L, right? It's responsible to the business. It's the one that owns the budget. And it's clear in his mind that if I say spend 2 million on Anthropic or on AWS or on Microsoft, I'm going to make 8 million back over 2-3 years. Clear business value. And that's what we're working on. That will never be expensive. And that is business-led, use case-driven, clear AI strategy that organization should go after. AI projects must do, right? Executive sponsorship. I've oversaid that already. Measurable ROI, right? Data, quality data, and human oversight, right? Responsible AI. We've also discussed that earlier today. That has to be building, not both on. AI project don'ts. Technology first thinking. Wrong. Poor data. No governance. No monitoring, right? There must be clear monitoring, clear visibility, right? Into all the various models. Is he achieving it? You must do MVP. You must do POC. You must prove it before you take it into production. AI adoption roadmap. So this is just a typical approach to deliver AI once that business alignment is clear, right? Access, sex, foundation, pilot, scale, and enterprise. You can see it is there. And you have to adapt. It might not be in the exact format, but this is just a type of model that has proven to work in organizations that have adopted AI and they've gotten value from it. Next slide is on responsible AI. AI must be built responsibly. There must be fairness. It must know what is going on. Security must be built in, not built on. So security must not be an afterthought. Building that strategy, CISO must be in the room. When you are building the strategy, not when you have already done the strategy, you selected the technology, and I say, oh, yes, security. And I say, oh, security is always blocking, or yes, security will block you because you have not thought through the strategy properly. The CISO must be in the room from the beginning. That's why CBN says CISO reports to who? To the CEO, right? It's very intentional. It means an AI project must be a CEO project. If it's not a CEO project, we're just playing. It'll be very expensive, right? Key takeaway, AI plus trusted data plus governance equals competitive advantage. Start with strategy, build the foundation, hack now. Thank you.
So thank you so much, sir. Maybe we have a question or two before he departs. He's quite in a hurry. Any question, comment on his wonderful presentation? Okay, so I'll welcome Ms. Indarani to give you some small gift from Regenesis. Thank you so much. He's done a wonderful job, yeah? Let's give him a big hand. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution and your time effectiveness. We can all learn from you.
Thank you.
That is excellent. So all our speakers today, and apart from your beautiful branded gifts, you have this book inside here as well. This is The Secrets of Success. It's daily inspirational footnotes on leadership, entrepreneurship, courage, love, spiritual quotient, emotional quotient. It's daily posts that our chairperson has been writing for the last 10 years consistently. So every single day he produces the some part of his religion, I would think. So just you, and we hope it inspires you on your journey as well. Thank you so much. We hope you're all going to enjoy that book as well.
I will.
Thank you, Ms. Indarani. I guess he's leaving immediately. Okay, yeah, thank you. So I think we have really fueled our minds with AI. Now it's time to refuel our bodies, as Doc told us here early in the morning. So we are going to break for lunch. If possible, let's take about 30 minutes. Let's engage further. Let's network. I'm sure you can feel the Genesis coolness, yeah? Yes? Okay, so I think that okay. Any questions, comments? To ask, yes. Yes, or anything top of mind you may want to ask, even for the Genesis. The team is here, Vijay is here, Ms. Indarani is here, Dr. Marco is here, I'm here. Yes, yeah, a mic, please, for him.
Today as well, that we never had a chance to ask. So if you want to ask from healthcare or telecommunications, financial services, this is the opportunity. That question that's in your mind, budding out, but you worried that somebody else is going to think you're not so AI clever when you ask the question. Ask the questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is not actually it's not a question. It's just some comments. Maybe to help shape the conversation. A lot of the panelists have been talking about investments in AI and how the financial services are behind. I work in a bank, and it's a different picture. Totally. The banks are investing seriously in AI. May not be all of them, but most of them are, or some of them are. Okay, yesterday I graduated from MIT for applied agentic AI for organizational transformation, paid by the bank. So what I'm trying to say is the banks are doing what they should be doing, but it's a matter of maturity. Some banks are more mature than the rest. Okay. What the banks need to do is pay more attention to AI, because it's the future. It's not a question of should we use AI. At the level where we are, I don't think every bank can pay for the cost of infrastructure for AI because it's expensive. What is the average number of customers in a bank compared to what an MTN will have or an Airtel will have? They can easily afford it. GPUs, you need about 10 megawatts to power some of these systems. Where is Elon Musk going? He's going to the sky to start powering AI solutions. So just to maybe reshape the narrative, banks are behind. Maturity is where it needs. And also Nigeria is also doing a lot. Maybe in my presentation, you will see what Nigeria is doing from data privacy point of view. There's a lot going on that we'll tell the right story about our country. All right, just want to, change some of the narrative. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess it's Henry. Henry, yeah? You look familiar. I think we are at MIT together. We need to chat. Yeah, thank you.
Good day, all. My name is Timmy Akiomi. And first of all, I'm just going to say something about what you said. The banks don't have money. I'm not sure at all. All those cobbles that you collect from us every day and private jets for your MDs and all that kind of stuff. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, yes, I do believe the banks are doing well. Contrary to some of the explanation about cards that expire, they do. Even so, sometimes they get your birthdays wrong. And sometimes I don't even have a bank account in Polaris. And they will tell me happy birthday in January when my birthday is in July. One of the gentlemen on the panel also said AI is here to stay. And that's probably why people like me are here today. Because unlike that young lady, I'm going to be 64 in a few weeks. And I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to be left behind at all. I have a cousin, Tommy Davis, who's over 70, and he's so up on AI, and he's always challenging me. What are you doing? So he introduced me to Perplexity, Claude AI, and all that stuff, and I use it quite regularly. But even in a layman's way, I still use it. My sister-in-law is a lawyer, and I sold a property one time, and I asked her to help me draft an agreement, and she's asking me for a ridiculous percentage. And I went to Perplexity, and I told it exactly what I wanted, and it gave me an agreement. So what's also happening is it going to take away human interaction in these things? Yes, it will take some. So if you're smart enough, then you need to get on the bus. You need to get on the train. And that's what I like about what you all are doing here today. And I'm looking forward to the university. And I think I heard you said it was going to be free, which is also better. So, and I appreciate what you all are doing here also in Nigeria. I got to know Regenesis because I built your office in the beginning when I was practicing. I'm a semi-retired architect now, so I don't do anything anymore. So when I told my wife I was going for this and my daughter, they're like, yay, continuing education. So thank you very much. And that's just my contribution.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. There's one there.
All right, thank you so much. I just want to expand my view across what she has said earlier regarding the goal for Regenesis. I'm Jamil by name. And when she was given the explanation of the reason why Regenesis Core of AI is into existence, she made mention of liberating 1 million Nigerians such that you're going to give them free access in AI education. So my question is, how are you aiming to do this? Because we've had series of organizations who would always dream, give goals, and there's always low adoption. So in what form are you guys aiming to adopt this such that in form of partnership? Are you partnering with banking industries or you are just making it, are you making it in solutions such that it's not an open market? So because that's a very gap, because I believe your aim is to bridge the human capital gap in terms of AI education in Nigeria. But if you are only focusing on enterprise and organization, I believe the adoption is going to be at the very lowest rates. So how open are you guys in terms of partnering with series of organizations beyond specific industries? Thank you so much.
Actually, that's the one big idea that Madam Inderani, but she can top it up. Ms. Inderani? Maybe you can top up the discussion on the one big idea on the partnership aspect. Yes.
The mic here.
So, just on
Yeah. I'm going to do a forward pass here to Dr. Marco.
Indrani was taking care of food, so she missed your question. So I'll try to answer your question. So what we want to do really is to form partnership. Okay. We have done few times like initiatives like in South Africa, like 10, 15 years ago, where we tried to democratize education. You know, so one stage we gave all content for free, like MBA content, different programs. And when people receive things for free, they don't value. We learned, they think it's some scam, it's not genuine, you know, and people start studying and then they give up because they're not invested, you know. So we realized it didn't work, you know. So what we want to do now is we want to form partnership, you know. So we want to form partnership with some of these large brands, you know, maybe one big bank, maybe one of the largest banks, maybe mobile company, you know, maybe global brands like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Cisco, HP. So and the government. So we want to form partnerships, so maybe 5, 6, 7, including civic. Your question was, you know, can civic organizations, NGOs, non-profit organizations be part of? Yeah, of course, you know. So once we form this partnership, we say, okay, together now, we are partners in this. We are going to train 1 million people in Nigeria. Now, this partnership will have a credibility because there will be partnership made out of many, many reputable organizations. Because if Regenesis tries to do alone, people think, you know, like what is some. If Google does it, they will think it's just marketing ploy from Google, or Amazon does it alone, or Microsoft, you know. So no one organization can do it, you know. So we want to bring everyone together and say, now we're going to do this together, you know. And it's not going to be like only like driven or dominated by Google or Microsoft, by Claude or OpenAI or Copilot. So it's going to be type of joint. Together we're going to decide, you know, how we're going to deliver this and who are going to be these 1 million beneficiaries, you know, across the different sectors and companies, industries and provinces and all that, you know. So that's what we want to do. That's Indrani's call on that one big idea to form the partnership, you know. So idea is some of you who have been part of this today, you know, we're going to come together, we're going to form this partnership, you know, and we're going to then go develop together also strategies to execute, decide who are going to be beneficiaries of this. And we'll get our team from India, 100 of these AI experts, you know, to deliver this program. And delivery there'll be some contact learning for executives and important people. There'll be some online learning. Currently from India, we run programs across Africa, online programs, facilitator-led live online programs, you know. And then there may be also some self-paced programs, you know. So we want to develop this together. So it becomes, so all partners buy into this initiative, they become genuine partners. It's not just run or dominated by one organization, you know. So that's our idea. So I hope you all will join us in this partnership, yeah. Thank you, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Marco. Sir, you well answered? You happy? Let's get in touch. Yeah, thank you. Any other comment, question? Contribution? Okay. So as we prepare for lunch, please, I will request that please don't miss the afternoon question. Yeah. And the question, and by question, I mean exactly that. The sessions in the afternoon will be quite exciting. We have the new banking battlefield, which will be led by Mr. Henry, who is the head of IT delivery at Stanbic IBTC Bank. Prepare to come and engage fully. We have Viju also, who will be back in the afternoon with another exciting session on the healthcare sector. Then we'll have the fireside chat. This will be a nice one. Please also don't miss. So we only have a bit of 2-3 hours to go, and then we can go and digest properly what has happened today. Network well during the lunch break, so that by the time we come back, it will be another session of excitement. So far, so good. What can we shout? That AI is not very 60. What can we shout? He says AI. Tell us something.
Something. Yes, you said I should tell you something. So I said something.
Yeah, something.
Something like what?
I can track 1 million AI, 1 million people.
AI, 1 million people trained.
At least you said something. Good. So I think we can start stretching. The food is, the lunch is almost ready. You can use the giants as we, and network a bit. Thank you so much. A round of applause to all of us, please, before we leave. Thank you. Good.
Welcome to Regenesis. Our mission is to awaken the potential of individuals and organizations, helping them realize their dreams. We understand everyone has unique talents, often hindered by self-limiting beliefs and fears. At Regenesis, we empower our students to overcome these barriers, achieving greatness through high-quality management and leadership programs. Welcome to Regenesis. Our mission is to awaken the potential of individuals and organizations, helping them realize their dreams. We understand everyone has unique talents, often hindered by self-limiting beliefs and fears. At Regenesis, we empower our students to overcome these barriers, achieving greatness through high-quality management and leadership programs. These programs focus on holistic development, intellectual, emotional, spiritual, physical, and financial growth. Regenesis extends its educational services globally, with Business School, School of Public Management, School of Law, School of Finance, School of Technology, and School of Education. We have campuses and offices across South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, India, Croatia, and the United States. With over 300,000 students and alumni from 190 countries and partnerships with major multinationals like Mercedes-Benz, Microsoft, Coca-Cola, and MTN, Regenesis stands as a distinguished international higher education institution. Our corporate education division offers diverse programs for various managerial levels in business, government, nonprofits, and state-owned enterprises. We tailor these programs to organizational needs, enhancing productivity and fostering innovation. Digital Regenesis prepares professionals for the digital era with programs in data science, AI, cybersecurity, digital marketing, project management, and more. Allowing students to study now and pay when they earn is Ed for All, our innovative approach to education financing. Denanda Talent, our bespoke recruitment agency, is dedicated to launching your career journey post-graduation. My Wealth Investments, offering a wealth of knowledge, is a gateway to financial mastery. FinEd Tech is at the forefront, revolutionizing your educational experience with state-of-the-art tech solutions.
Yes.
Welcome back. I hope after that lunch and networking session, you're feeling more invigorated to restart. Are you fueled enough to have lots of energy for the next half of the day? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, we lost some partners along the way, but there's an exciting part of the journey that they're going to be missing out on. Viju and his team from India are going to be dialing in, so we're going to be hosting Bangalore in the offices as well as Mumbai very soon. But before we go there, we have Henry Ikiae. I hope I got your surname right, Henry. Yeah. So Henry's going to come on a little bit about while Henry makes his way here. He's a seasoned leader with extensive experience across the banking and financial services, telecommunication, technology and government. He's really been somebody that's been informing us today about the landscape in Nigeria and the challenges. He drives governance, innovation, initiatives, risk as well, customer care. So he's looking at the end-to-end head and IT delivery at Stanbic IBTC Bank. Henry, you'll tell me why it's IBTC. I like to know acronyms. Okay, over to you, Henry. Thank you so much. Let's give Henry a lunch round of applause so we wake ourselves up and we don't fall asleep during. But I've chatted to Henry. There's no way you can fall off to sleep in his session. He's a very captivating young man.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, when they give you a presentation after a huge lunch, it's so easy to sleep. So please stay with me. I'll be very happy if you can stay with me, guys. Stay with me. And permit me to move around as well. Do you have the presentation, please? Okay. Basically, what we're talking about is simply talking about the new battlefield for banks. A lot of the speakers, they said so many things about the financial services. Most of them are true, but some of them are not. Because we are the ones sitting inside there. Yes, so we know our own business about deposits and withdrawals. The more you put the money there, that's where we get our revenues from. However, are we there yet where AI is right now? No. There's still lots of work on. If you cast your mind back 15 years ago, banks were very crazy about buildings. Am I right or wrong? Some will build their buildings will be square-like, some will be like very good architectural branch, looking very good. We moved from those buildings and with which you identify some banks to deployment of ATMs. It was a powerhouse. It was a selling point for banks to say, I have 500 ATMs. I have 120. I have 50. The ones with the smaller ATMs were seen as small banks and they're not serious. We moved from ATMs to the mobile app and internet banking, right? Internet banking, everybody was crazy about it. Today, people don't use it. They moved. Then we have mobile apps. Oh, have you seen this mobile app? It's so good. OPay came and disrupted the entire ecosystem. Created a different type of mobile app where you see all sorts of things in there. Different from what other banks had built. Whilst other banks are still thinking of putting the apps on the store, we transition to the era of open banking, ecosystem usage of information. You have the information, let me use it and co-create and do business. CBN is trying to put structure in place for open banking. Why we are still thinking about open banking? We've already moved to agentic and generative AI. And banks are like, how do we catch up? So some of the things that were said earlier on might be true, but other banks are also trying their best to invest in those areas. So today, banks have moved from digitized products to intellectual decisioning. So I am in that mobile space. I'm in the mobile app, but what's helping me make my decision, financial decisions? And you now begin to think about model. What I mean by that is, if I'm using an app to do transfer to GT Bank or to Citibank, and the app is telling you, oh, you've used about 50% of your savings, the AI in there, embedded AI, is telling you, is giving you ideas of what you've
your consumption, your usage around either you are doing, you set a targeted savings or stuff. So intelligent decisioning, real-time risk management is that's the era we are now. So it's no longer about enterprise risk, non-financial risk, Basel II, 17 taxonomy of risk types. But within that 17 taxonomy, two things stand out now. One is model risk. Model risk is around what you are thinking about that AI should decide or what AI should do for you. If you get it wrong, you're in trouble. Because once you are thinking about the best way to make sure when I click the button, it gives me, you know how OPay works. When you click the button, you see immediate response on your mobile phone. You see the message, right? Same way you can be defrauded. That same speed. So risk management is about real-time algorithms checking what you're doing. The more you want to expand expand innovation, the same way, the more you want to quickly advance, is the same way you get the risk parameters or the risk parameter expanded as well. So the question around should banks go or not go, any bank that does not go with AI right now will be behind. That's the truth. Any organization, whether it's healthcare or whether it is financial services, whether it's the telcos, if you don't move right now, you are behind. You wake up one day, you don't have any customer. That's the truth. Regulation. They are trying to survive because AI is not waiting. The algorithm is changing every month. It's not every week. Yesterday, we were told Anthropic is the owner of Claude. The Chinese found a backdoor. It's in the news. They denied it, but it's a backdoor into Anthropic. Few months ago, a developer that was trying to do an upgrade on the Anthropic wrongly deployed a solution and clicked the wrong thing. And what happened? It exposed the entire code behind Claude. The world then knew that there's something called a super AI called Mythos that's behind, that is doing all the magic. People didn't know, right? Whether it was deliberately done, but we were told that it was mistakenly done. So these are high risk that you're talking about the code. It's the same Anthropic that told Trump, no, what you want to do is unethical, just before the war with Iran, right? So AI has moved to war front. They don't send soldiers, they send drones, right? I don't have to kill my soldiers, you go with the drones. So it's beyond what you are thinking. It's gone very, very far. So let's move on quickly. Now, the new battlefront, what the banks are dealing with right now is one, customer intelligence. Gen Zs, sorry to say, if you are here, pardon me, they are lazy. They don't want to do anything, but they want to click a button and the drone will bring the food to their doorsteps. So they are thinking, but it's no longer seen as a curse. It is not seen, that laziness is not seen as an innovative way. It has created a lot of innovations. You not wanting to go from here to there, you create an app to do it. So new things are coming out from being lazy, and we don't see it as anything bad anymore. It's not a positive thing. So AI-driven services, personalization on my mobile phone. If I take my bank, for example, what we put there is most of the things you use. If I always do transfer, what you will see when you log in will be transfer, because we are studying, we are looking at what you're doing, right? So Johnson with Netflix will show you, YouTube will show you the things that you are very used to. That's what's happening right now. Personalization is what you need, right? Next best action. We talk about risk. I talked about risk earlier on. Is real time. Fraud detection, credit scoring. One of the speakers said banks don't have credit scoring. Banks do have credit scoring. They do for that layering. That's why they have their own. There are two major credit. They have two bureaus that most banks are, by law, by regulations, you are allowed to use two. CBN will tell you get one. If that one fails, put it back one. Then you have a third one, which you are doing within yourself. I agree, data maturity in some banks or in banks are very dirty. But let me ask you a question. This data that we're talking about, we've gone beyond data.
Do you need your date of birth to browse Google? But don't you get what you want done? People wake up. People are, see, we're talking about mobile app, generative AI, automated agents, workflows happening in banks. They create you apply for loan. It generates your letter of credit. It checks your credit scoring. It tells you whether you are good or not. And then the guy is just looking 2 minutes or 5 seconds, not but 2 seconds or less. You have this guy is good to go or is not good to go. That's where we are. Now, productivity. Shadow AI simply means you are using AI. Everybody is now an AI enthusiast. You are in an organization where the lady from Airtel said today that we've blocked everywhere. We blocked enterprise-wise. When you can't use Claude, you can't use Copilot, you can't use Grox, you can't use DeepSeek, anything. But I bring my laptop to the office now, isn't it? And I come with my laptop. I have Claude, I have ChatGPT, I have Grox, I have DeepSeek, I have just keep naming. Right? I can't copy data from my office, right? I type it. This is what I want to do. What I want to do. Okay, in my personal laptop. And what? It gives me the feedback. I was in a training and I told someone that I can replicate this website. And I used Lovable. I told Lovable, for example, let's replicate Regenesis website as it is today. In less than 5 minutes, everything on the website will be replicated. Same way. The only difference you will see is that some of those animated ones that will take you to the next one will not happen. Replit, Lovable, Kiro, Amazon has Kiro, Copilot GitHub, tools are there. Are doing what you want. So what this does here is, whilst the enterprise, the businesses are saying, don't use this, don't use that, you are pouring your own data in there, it's going outside. They are still losing the data anyway. It's going out. So data privacy. So that's the bigger risk in banks right now. The developers, the business owners will say, I have an opportunity in MTN. I want you to quickly build this application right now. I only have 3 days. They will say, well, guys, it will take 1 month. Say, no, I don't have 1 month. 2 days. They go in here, bring in Copilot, bring in Replit, bring in Lovable, whatever solution they have. They build the application in 5 minutes. And what happens? They are faster, right? But taking that idea, they've trained the AI that did it for them, is in the public space. Banks are struggling. Regulatory intelligence, explainability. The regulators want to see which controls have you put in place. I know we don't have the knowledge to do it. We don't have the skills, but show me how you have done it. Give me evidence. Who signed, who owns autonomous AI? There's a circular that was sent earlier, also last month, where one of the regulators was saying that we don't want to see any autonomous AI. It must be owned, known, what you use it for, who is signing it, who is owning it, must be known. So that's some of the things. And then on top of all, it's trust. How do you trust that the banks will survive this? There's a reason why the banks are not very, very, very aggressive about it. One of the speakers mentioned 3 billion was lost in Q1. I'll tell you, in 2024, the banks, all the banks together, the NIPS data is there online. 52 point something billion was lost in a year. 52. One bank lost 31 billion. It's there. Go to NIPS site, you see there. One financial service, they won't tell you anywhere which name, lost 31 billion naira. In 2025, there was a 51% reduction in the amount of fraud. These are digital frauds. It became about 25 billion. So banks are not, it's not as if they're not investing. I need you to understand that there's a reason why they're not aggressive, because managing the risk is the problem. Do you know how much it costs to buy a risk solution? Or sorry, a fraud solution? An AML will cost you nothing less than $1.0 million. It's not cheap. Why do banks get hacked? Because
They have system in place. Okay, CBN say you must have an anti-money laundering system. Okay, just buy Oshodi and Co. Put on here. Okay, we have. CBN will come and do their surveillance audit. We have. A guy is working. It's okay, but they get hacked by the next day. That number, that 52 billion, is what the CEs or what the banks have reported, so that they don't go and cause panic. You will report some and leave some, right? Unreported risks or reported frauds might be much higher. So let's move on quickly. I've talked about the era, the branch era, ATM era, digital banking, mobile app, USSD, all those things are gone. If you're talking about, I want to do mobile app, I want to do USSD, I want to do internet banking, old technology. Open banking, why we are struggling to put open banking framework and all that into place, policies into place. They've gone to generative AI and agentic AI, right? So the question is no longer should bank use AI. Bank govern the intelligence. And what they do next in this financial services, they do the AI first before governance. How do you start using what you don't know how to control? Yeah, it's because it's a buzzword. I went to Harvard. Oh, I came back from Harvard. AI is okay. Let's go invest. But how do you create policies for these things? The usage, the do's and the don'ts. Let's move on quickly. Let's move on. I think we talked about this one already. What we are facing in the financial sector, I told you the risk, model risk, the risk of just go there and pick up this thing. Take 5 naira from this man's account, deposit into that GL. If you make a mistake, by the time you realize, because AI moves at the speed of light, right? It might cost milliseconds. If you cannot also put a mitigating control that is working in milliseconds, you will have lost so much money by the time you come back to work the next day. Model drift, hallucination. Someone built a chatbot and say, check every account that their IDs will expire by so date on a daily basis. Be checking the accounts. Once your national and international ID expires, put a PND on it, and then let it. PND means post no debit. Restrict the person, stop him from transacting, so that the man will now go and update his details, because it's regulatory to know who you are. Then the chatbot said, okay, they've been doing it for years, but one day he has hallucinated. He just went there and said, okay, these are the things that you should check. Is the person wearing white shirt? Yes. Okay, anybody's wearing red shirt should be blocked. Are you wearing white shirt? Yes, block. Are you wearing red shirt? Yes, block. Are you wearing blue shirt? Yes, block. That's hallucination. It went rogue. So again, model risk is important. Assumptions too on model risk. Data privacy, this one you cannot, CBN is saying by 1st of January 2027, everybody should bring their data from where they are. My sister, you're in Stanchart. Your core banking is in Singapore. The data is in Singapore. How would they bring number of years of transaction to bring them? This is July. You have 6 months to bring your data down. It's not 2029, it's 2027, 1st of January. How do you tell a bank to move all your transaction from inception all the way into Nigeria? Some of the bank's data is there. So you talk about cloud. The mobile app that you use to transact sometimes sits in the cloud, maybe somewhere in the US or in the islands, data sovereignty, data privacy, or India. So they say, put your database in Nigeria. Okay, it's there, somewhere in MTN or somewhere in anywhere. So you transact on your mobile app whose database is sitting in India. It comes back to Nigeria, picks the data, goes through data in transit. Perhaps sometimes tokenized or not tokenized, or protected, encrypted, or not encrypted, as the case may be. It does the transaction in India for you, comes back and tells the bank, core banking, I have done it to release the money. It will cause mayhem if they start shipping. Because one, this experience that you are seeing, that when they do it, bam, it goes bam, infrastructure is a problem for us too. By using generator to power data centers, in those places, they have 24/7 lights. We don't have. You see Google? Google has over 30 databases, data centers across the world. That's why if one region is failing, they also fail over to a different one. You see, it's very quick, but there's so many investments behind those things you see to sustain that experience. Most banks have 1 or 2 data centers. Some of them have data centers inside their office. When the generator goes off, and you want them to do it in, okay, we'll see. Cyber risk. You see this prompt that we do. So what they call prompt in AI world is that is the inputs that what you type into the GPT, right? Whatever you are typing is your prompt. It's your input prompt. What comes out is your output prompt, right? Now what happens is that those things they are tokenized. Every word you type is tied to $1 or 0 point something dollars. There's money. It's big business for these AI people. It's not cheap. Once you type, what is my name? It will calculate how much it is because you subscribe, right? It takes it from your subscription. When it responds to you, if it's a longer and lengthier response, it has also built in the charge. That's why sometimes they will tell you run out of subscription. It's big money for them. Someone in the office has sent something online, has typed something about your organization, about your work they are doing. Then somebody intercepts it and then adds their own to go and, then there's a prompt injection. Then you release that information into anywhere that it is, and they make either good use or bad use of it. Then what happens? You are at risk. Data is taken out of you. Then AI-enabled attacks. I went to the cybersecurity office where they watch the inflows. Attackers, how you see on the screen, they have some tools that they use where they see real-time hacking, right? If they tell you the number of trials that banks receive per day, per second, per minute, either from North Korea, Russia, Ukraine, you will be amazed. You don't know what banks are going through. It's a lot. When they fail, they fail. If you are a CISO in a bank, by the time you come back to work the next day, at the end of the day, when you go home, you'll be praying, God, let nothing happen. So it's really tough. And those tools are expensive. Conduct risk, unfair outcomes, misinformation, operational risk, regulatory risk. This is what the landscape looks like today. Do they have answers to all these things? That's why financial institutions are where they are. Because it will take a lot of time to capital investment in all these things. And it's not just banks, it's across the industries. Move on. So let me tell the doctor something. I use your hospital. Just imagine the way you are on the call now. You're talking to one of your doctors. Imagine it was a video call. Me, I'm not an ethical hacker, for example. It's a use case. I go to the internet. I crawl the internet for your picture, your possible videos on the internet, maybe occasions that you went to, could be a party, could be Instagram, see you there. I listen to how you were speaking. I take your audio. Then I go and organize a Teams meeting. Maybe assuming you use Team or whichever collaboration tool you use, I set up a meeting. Your picture will be there seated. Your staff will be there talking. You will be talking, giving instruction. I will type out what you're going to say. It will say the same way you want to say it, and then give instruction to your office. In Malaysia, it happened, called deepfake. There was an executive committee meeting that took place where the CEE told the CFO to give out over how many millions of dollars. And the man did what? The only person the ESCO met, but the only person that was the only person on that call was the CFO. Every other member of the ESCO that was sitting in that meeting were fake. That's what they call deep fake. It's already happening. Banks are going through it. Keep moving. Trust, these are some of the regulatory guardrails that's been put in place. EUs, they have theirs. Operational resilience, which is DORA, is there. NIST is there. We'll tell you how to govern, how to map, how to measure, and how to manage AI. ISO for the 2001 AI governance is also there. Model risk. In some banks now, they've created a unit for model risk management. It's no longer too much of, you're looking at non-financial risk, 17 Basel II model risk, where every model you generate around AI, it will be tested before you can go ahead and proven. But within that validation and governance, it changes every now and then. Somebody said to Apple, I will crack your security breach, set up an algorithm, run it, and they put it to the MD and said, this is what this iPhone you're talking about. They cracked it. Privacy laws, move on. In Nigeria, I know we've been bashing the country. Yeah, they're trying. They're trying. CBN cybersecurity expectations, they've hardened. Last year, they created a new department for cybersecurity and compliance. Now, they're now getting experts into it. But it will take them time. And the sanctions for banks, if you break anyone, it's hard to explain. NDPC, NDPA, I was discussing with one of the guys earlier on. You have people who are not very competent handling a lot of things. I went to NDPC, we're trying to get a license for one of I was talking to a lawyer. I'm in tech. I did not expect to talk to a lawyer. We're talking privacy law. They didn't tell me to go back there again as myself. I came with a lawyer the next time, talking about clauses of data privacy. They have some experts in certain places. In certain places, still need maturity. Yeah? So the nation is trying. They're trying to put together a national AI strategy direction, but it's still going to take time, Consumer protection, everything is reactive, to be honest. Next, please. I'll quickly round up. In the banking space, this is what I'm thinking. Don't just jump into implementing AI in the financial sector. Think through it very well. Because you went to America and came back in a conference and they mentioned AI, it doesn't mean that you just throw money at it. Think through it. Set up a board, or there should be a board of risk committee that manages anything that has to do with board risk. You should have an AI center of excellence. You should also have an executive steering committee that will take further decisions around AI implementation. Risk, compliance, and legal should be part of the AI build. Then you have cybersecurity, data office, business owners. I remember Kadi was talking about who should own it. In some school of thoughts, they will tell you put in HR. Why? I don't know. I attended Chief AI Officers training. I've done it. But in that same school, some will tell you go and get a Chief AI Officer. But some other set of schools will tell you no. Put it somewhere where you can easily take decisions that will impact everyone. So there's different ways to handle. So basically we're saying for banks to quickly go into these areas in financial, they should have at least to set up this kind of thing. Put governance structure in place before you start using AI. So I will stop here. I know the slide is still going, but I will stop here so I'll take questions. Thank you so much. Questions? I think you understand it. Has it been that straightforward? Is it the food? Thank you.
Thank you, Henry, for those provocative thoughts on what we should be doing and where the gaps are in Nigeria as well. We're now going to move on to Viju Joy again. This time he's going to be bringing India into the room with us. And let's look at some of the capabilities and demonstrations that they're doing. Viju, we'll try not to get too much into the technology, but more into the demonstration of some of the levers that we're using in India already with clients. So you get a taste of how our AI deployment actually works. Over to you, Viju.
Thank you.
accessible. Introducing Region Health, an integrated digital health screening and diagnostic solution designed to simplify this road. In the world, healthcare is smarter, faster, more connected, and more accessible. Introducing Region Health, an integrated digital health screening and diagnostic. An integrated digital health screening and diagnostic solution designed to simplify preventive care, enable seamless patient assessment, and bring multiple health tests together through one connected platform. Start with a quick and easy registration. Just enter your name, gender, date of birth, and mobile number. Then tap the health checkup option. You can easily customize your health checkup by adding or removing tests as needed. The first mandatory test is height measurement. Stand on the given mark below, and your height will be measured by the height sensor at the top of the health ATE. Body fat analysis. Weighing device here not only calculates your weight, but also body composition, such as body fat, BMR, muscle mass, bone mass, and 10 more parameters using dual frequency bioimpedance technology. Temperature test. A temperature probe is used to measure body temperature. Oximeter test. Simply put your finger in the oximeter. Oxygen saturation level is displayed on the screen in 10 seconds. Blood pressure test. Blood pressure is effortlessly measured using handcuffs, and data is displayed within 30 seconds. Invasive test. We provide one prick, 5 blood tests to reduce time and minimize your discomfort. Means random blood sugar. HbA1c. Hemoglobin. Lipid profile. And uric acid. All tests can be performed sequentially in a single prick. The safety lancet ensures the needles are not reused and the medical waste is disposed of securely. ECG test. Amongst the most crucial advanced tests, a cardiac checkup is performed with either 6 or 12 lead ECG. A 6-lead ECG report is generated using AI within 30 seconds. Spirometry test. Just inhale and exhale through the mouthpiece of the spirometer to perform a pulmonary function test, PFT, and assess how well your lungs are functioning. The test can be repeated multiple times, and the system selects the best result automatically. Auscultation test. The digital stethoscope records heart and lung sounds, which can further be used by doctors for assessment and serve as an aid to diagnosis. The system has an inbuilt AI capability to identify and analyze a range of sounds, including heart murmurs, pulmonary arterial hypertension, and normal heart sounds. Vision test. Here we provide a vision test, which uses an internationally accepted Snellen chart. You must read letters or numbers from 7 feet away. The color blindness test uses Ishihara charts. This test assesses red-green color vision deficiency. Audiometry test. We have an audiometry test that helps you to identify any hearing disability. Otoscope test. With Autoscope, you can review and click pictures of the inner part of your ear, which can be used for your diagnosis by specialist doctors. Dermoscope test. Dermoscope can be used in skin infection diagnosis and more skin-related abnormalities. Mental assessment test. If you're cautious about your mental health, we offer a WHO-approved self-assessment featuring PHQ-9 and GUIDE-7 mental assessment tests that measure generalized depression and anxiety disorders. AI-based diet plan. Get a personalized 7-day diet plan by answering a few simple questions, such as using a goal, veg or non-veg preference, cuisine type, activity level, and medical condition. AI then analyzes this data along with your vitals to generate a personalized diet plan tailored just for you. Test summary. A quick, intelligent overview of all the tests you have undergone. This clear disease-wise classification makes it incredibly easy to understand your overall health at a glance. In the bottom left corner, you will find the View Report button to access your Smart Report, a print option for a thermal copy, and a Finish button to complete the process and get your color coding. Smart Report over WhatsApp and email. The report includes your general health results, along with AI-enabled ECG and audiometry graphs, as well as an AI-based personalized diet plan. Telemedicine. Now you're taken back to the home screen, where you have the option to connect with a doctor via telemedicine for a real-time consultation. The doctor can access all your vitals and stream live inputs from devices like this stethoscope, dermoscope, otoscope, and dental camera, allowing for a thorough remote examination. At the end of the consultation, the doctor can instantly generate an e-prescription, which is seamlessly delivered to you via WhatsApp and email right alongside your health report. By bringing diagnostics, screening workflows, digital reporting, and intelligent health insights together on one platform, Region Health transforms the way modern healthcare is delivered.
Thank you. AI impacts everybody, healthcare impacts everybody. We can't, the biggest impact is going to be of AI is going to be in healthcare, and it's going to be transformational. What about healthcare in Nigeria? How do you see healthcare in Nigeria? World Health Organization says that we need to have 17 doctors to 10,000 patients. What do you think would be the number of doctors in Nigeria to 10,000? Any guesses? Yep. So it's not the number of doctors. So number of doctors treating right now, the patients are 2.9 to 10,000. But on the other side, you see 2,500 doctors leaving the country every year. So, it's not the doctor. Doctors are there, you are educating them, but they are moving out of the country. So what happens? Will AI replace those doctors? No, it's not going to do that. But it will augment and it will help the ones who are there to replace for all those who left the country, right? I think that's the biggest transformation AI is going to, bring to the table. Rest, if you look at the inflation number of the healthcare costs, which is increasing across the globe, and in Nigeria, the numbers are again, hard to digest. It's 28%, the inflation rate, which is double the inflation rates of the overall, inflation in the country. So if something as crucial as healthcare is costing you double what is the normal inflation, which is also quite high, you can imagine it's going to be unaffordable for, in coming times for all the elites here. But the poor are already struggling, right? So what we are trying to do with health, Region Health, it's a different company. So we feel that, there's an opportunity for AI to transform the entire healthcare segment, where we introduce AI into education, but can we automate a lot of processes? Administrative processes are the biggest time consumer for the healthcare employees. Most of the employees are struggling because they are overworked. So administrative AI automates a lot of process inside the hospitals, which can free a lot of time. Then you have the AI diagnostics. Radiology is a job which is going to be, not anymore in future, because most of the radiology work is going to be done by AI. So AI is going to bring down the cost, bring up the efficiency, and it's going to touch each of our lives. What you just saw is an health ATM, a micro clinic we call. We can do some 60 tests on this within 10 minutes. Tests like HIV, all those tests you can just imagine in 60. The cost of it is staggering. It's less than a cup of a coffee. So imagine where it can be used, how it can, bring so many people who are not getting the, the quality healthcare to be part of this healthcare. So we have a team which is going to be joining us. We have Manoj, who's the managing partner for this business. Manoj comes with 3 decades of experience. Mostly he was in US. He has started many of the startups in healthcare. Manoj, over to you.
Thank you, Vijay. Am I audible, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. So very good afternoon to all. Thank you so much for having me today. Very excited to be here. Very excited to speak some of the exciting stuff what we are trying to do within the healthcare practice within society. So thank you for the introductions, Viju. Quickly, I'll take a minute of your time to give you all up to speed on what we're trying to accomplish through healthcare practice within society. So we provide, AI-based, automation solutions for the entire spectrum of, healthcare providers within the healthcare ecosystem, which includes the hospitals and medical universities, health and life sciences organizations, health tech and medtech firms, and last but not least, pharmaceutical companies. And how are we trying to approach the market? We use a top-down approach, wherein we start with the skilling as a service. Why? Because while many of them are getting up to speed on AI, but we see still an opportunity for many people to understand and appreciate what AI can do from a technology perspective and how it can impact their organizations. So we start our engagement with the primarily from a skilling and get them up to speed on the what is it AI, what are the nuances of AI, and how it can help them within the domain. And then we move into the consulting part. Consulting part, we focus on is the organization as digitized? Are they ready for the AI adoption? If so, what is the maturity? And we do a quick diagnostic consulting and to identify the maturity gaps. And also we identify some of the compelling use cases with immediate rate of returns from an opportunity perspective.
Manoj, can you just enlarge the screen? The presentation, can you just enlarge the presentation?
Okay, is it better? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So from a consulting perspective, we provide that readiness assessment, maturity assessment, help the customers to identify a pilot project so that they can try out and experiment with the adoption of AI from the expectation in terms of business outcomes and return on investment perspective. And once all these things are accomplished, then we give them a roadmap in terms of how it can be adapted within their organization. So that's all kind of part of providing the consulting services. And once we do the consulting, and if they are interested in doing the transformation where we really need to pick up those identified use cases and start the execution from a delivery perspective and drive the transformations within their organizations and make it the expected business outcome. And as Vijay already kind of tested this, so I would take some time and see how we are trying to holistically address the AI-powered intelligent automation service offering that we have developed for across the hospitals, includes tier 2, tier 3, tier 1 hospitals. And broadly, we have dissected the from a use perspective to 3 different segments from an adoption perspective based on our experience. And the first thing was what we call as the patient flow transformation, where right from the time the patient walks into the hospital and he checks in, providing all the registrations, and he learns all his vitals, and makes all his KYC checks and make the payments, get an OPD slip, walks into the consulting room and get consulted from a doctor, buy the medicines, go to the lab and exit the hospital. So this entire journey we study within the hospital, identify the friction points, opportunity for us to streamline the process, and try to automate with the best fit for tools and the technologies from an AI perspective. That is we call front end, on operations from a hospital perspective. And from the mid office, we also call it operations. We focus on how the stores are managed and how the medical records are managed from the digitization and the automation perspective. And last but not the least is the financial administration part. We look at how the asset, track, how the predictive maintenance is adapted within the organization, and how some of the key functions such as AR, is managed from a compliance reporting and also from an automation perspective without impacting the hospital compliance here and there, and also the expense management and so on and so forth. So we look at holistically end to end and try to bring and we look at, as I said, first is a process understanding, process engineering, process optimizations, then the automation using AI. And we are one of the few providers out there who have developed this holistic set of services to drive the transformations within the hospital segment. Let me, I think you already seen the Health ATM as we just said we are calling this as a micro clinic, because it provides the subset of services which otherwise would have got it in a brick and mortar clinic, right? So you have seen the video. This machine is nicely packed with all the 65 different screening tests, 40 being non-invasive, 25 being invasive. It gives you the teleconsultations and with the doctors, the general physician to specialized departments on demand, and also you can get the e-prescriptions. And you can buy either you can get it delivered to your doorstep, or you can buy it from a local pharmacy. And last but not the least, will help you to monitor. If you are in a red flag and it needs to come back and do the screening, it gives you an alert and it makes sure that you stay on track as per your the fitness is concerned from a preventive health perspective. Yeah. So let me take 2 minutes of your time and see how creatively we are trying to position this and drive the transformation across different segments. So let me start with the corporate here. So for the corporate, we are working with a brand called Nexo Health, where, as we all know, all corporates provide health screening as a benefit from their HR. And with this technology, instead of providing their service once in a week, in a year, maybe a couple of times within a year. So these people now, given the technologies, now they can provide the services on demand. So the wellness employees can be provided on demand. We set up the entire microclinic within the corporate premises and provide all this array of services right from diagnosis, screening, prescriptions, and this data is accessible to their HR. They can also look at the risk profile employees and try to work with them and mentor them, make sure that they don't get into red zone, and which results in the loss of productivity and increase in absenteeism and so on and so forth. And also our AI technology integrates very well with ambulance systems locally, so that in case of the employees' health needs urgent attentions, we ship them directly to the local hospitals, and the information, whatever we have collected as per the screening, flows seamlessly to the hospital, so you don't need to wait there when to go there, providing you the information for registration and so on. So this is what we call as the concept of connected healthcare, and which focused on the in the corporate. All corporates can leverage this, and all corporates can configure, whether there's a mining company or a manufacturing company or a financial services company, it doesn't matter. Within the context, within the compliance from HR perspective, they can configure a set of screening that all their employees must should go through. For example, mining, they're big on the let's say color blindness test, they're big on the hearing test because of the sound. Yes, so different countries have different compliances from a labor the healthcare perspective, but this machines can be configured so that you could make those tests, create those reports, and help the companies to stay compliant with the respective departments, and all this process can be automated quickly. So, and now the second set of packaging, what we are trying to do, not driven by ATM, this is for the public health network, right? So, Nigeria has about 30,000 primary healthcare centers, and the majority of these primary healthcare centers are short of right technicians and equipment so that they can provide this training holistically and for the citizens. And we have an excellent opportunity through this, connected healthcare model offering we can work with across all the primary healthcare center in Nigeria to provide and set up this point of care within each of the PCC and set up this mission so that it can be integrated into a centralized command center. Could be in one of the major cities, and where we could network all these point of care systems into that and at this city level and provide those centralized services and ensuring this point of care systems is taken care of. This is another offering what we developed for the public health systems using the concept of Helvetian. Then just moving to quickly, this is another offering what we launched in India recently, where we're trying to drive the adoption of AI, rather drive the healthcare transformation through micro entrepreneurs using the concept of micro clinic, right? So where each of them can buy this clinic, own the clinic, run the clinic with our elaborate training and certifications in the underserved, untapped area, and so that they can the citizens in that part of the world can make use of it. And so all this on-demand services, what we just described. It's another way we are trying to drive the coverage and reach in terms of the healthcare adoption to the concept of micro entrepreneurship and the micro clinic concept. So if I have time, I would like to.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Manoj, it was really good. Thanks a lot. You just saw that we see how food comes to our house. Delivery boys are there. Now healthcare is coming home, right? It's going to be there when you want. It's not going to be there. You have to go find time, take a holiday and then probably take a leave and then go for health checkups. It's going to come home, and we are building. And whatever Manoj just showcased, it is happening in India right now. He is leading this with one of the major hospitals in Bangalore. Bangalore, is very famous for the technology adoptions. And one of the leading hospitals, district hospital, is taking this model of healthcare. I'm going to cross over from healthcare. I'm sure that everybody else is quite busy. Let's jump from healthcare to skilling, AI skilling. How does AI skilling happens? Whatever the formats have been, whatever you have seen till now, is that you go to a Coursera or you learn on a learning management system, or somebody comes to your corporate or an academic institute and they train you around the skilling part. Rupesh, if you can just showcase the AI, Gen AI skilling platform. Rupesh, if you can just showcase the AI skilling platform. Yeah. So what you see here is an AI skilling platform that we have created. Now there are various different modes in it. You would see an AI playground where these are for technology people who wants to check on codes. How do you build codes? How do you play around with that? So learning is not enough. Doing is enough. You need to do. You don't just need to learn. So you have prompt labs, you have RAG labs, you have MCP labs. So there are a lot of labs which we have been created. So we can play something which is very interesting. We can show an image and we can just create and we can ask questions to that image. What all is there in that image? It will showcase. We can build multi-agents here. We are just talking about AI can build agents. But how would AI build agents? How will you create agents? So in this lab, you can actually build agents, and you can see that one function, one agent hands over to the other agent, and there is an orchestration which is happening. And what is the cost of tokens when you do that? So this is something which we'd love to present to you. We are here till Tuesday, and the team is here. And if you want to have a demo of this, this is something where if anybody wants to train their employees or the institutes, This is the way AI skilling is going to happen. And this is something which is built by our own engineers. So would love to have demos being done to you. Thank you for your time. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that presentation.
Yeah.
If we want the clinic to fly to Nigeria, to my center now, how soon can I get that? The ATM.
The good part about it. So good part about this is we have our distributors here. So we can do quite fast. So yeah, we'll let you know. Yeah.
Yeah, we got one
Yeah.
actually two. And we're using our students for personal mastery program for staff. Everyone has to go to those tests and check again. It helps me. You can put those machines in there, put in shopping malls, clinics, wellness centers, It's like ATM, 10 minutes, 60 tests. Cost of half of coffee, maybe. Okay.
Yeah. And just imagine we are buying insurance for the employees.
Yeah.
And you have no data. You're just looking at which is the cheapest option and you're providing. But if you give this stat to the insurance company, they're going to customize it for you. And you might not have to pay that much what you're paying right now.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. How is this powered? And does it have any connectivity requirements? Because those are realities that we have to deal with in our process environment.
Absolutely. So we have two modes of it. One, what you saw, the ATM, it needs to be plugged and a backup needs to be there because it's a machine. Other one, we have a battery charged, which is a box. So we didn't showcase the box, but we'll showcase the box. We showcased you the ATM part of it, box. But again, you would require electricity to be, put in. It would not require. It is right now we are working on the battery part of it, but it's not ready right now. Probably in a few months we'll have with batteries.
How about connectivity? Does it need internet access or?
No. In fact, a lot of people started, we had an interesting demo to the clients. So somebody came from shipping industry. They said that, can we put on our ships? Because it can be connected to the doctors through telemedicine. And there are no facility right now to test when you're on a ship. Yeah.
All right. I have a question. This is a fantastic technology, and it would really help in reducing increasing our life expectancy, like the doctor had shown, right? Because most ailments are unrecognized. People fall ill, the first thing they do is they get paracetamol. If it doesn't work, they go for antimalarial in Nigeria. Perhaps it's a kidney failure that you're having and you're just pumping in paracetamol and damaging yourself further. And this is most common in the villages, right? And I see this as a big opportunity in rural areas where you don't have access to good hospitals for you to perform very good tests, right? But with this, you have all of that to be performed. My question is, how is your support system? Say, for example, it's a machine, it breaks down one day, right? How do you get support for that? Do you have engineers that would support you immediately? If it's not in a city like this, how soon do you have that put together? Secondly, with the power situation we are here, I'm sure you've lost the number of times they took lights and we are just unflinched, right? Do you have the solar option of it? Because Nigeria is blessed with abundant sunlight, so you should look at coming in with something customized that would give us that power so that we can also use it very well. I'm thinking of using it in the rural areas so that you help as much as possible. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Absolutely great. Great question.
Vijay, can I take that?
Yeah, Manoj, you're there. I'm so happy you're there.
First of all, great question. Thank you for asking. Yeah, so coming to I'll answer your first part of the question. We have solar power panels in the area where the electricity is unsustainable or unpredictable. Answer is yes. So we are trying to build the canopies using monocrystalline solar panel technologies, where we are able to generate
Manoj, can you be on the video? We can't see you.
Okay. Okay, I mean, okay, how about now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so, am I audible, right? Everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so to answer the questions, to mitigate the power, shortage of power, lack of power, or no power in the areas where we need to deploy this, to run this training, we have a technology that we are working on using the solar power, where this was monocrystalline based solar power, solar panel technologies, where we are able to generate, optimum power within a small space, good enough to drive a machine. So to answer yes, we have covered that from a risk perspective. Second question is, do we have an internet, the availability of the internet? And availability of the internet for key healthcare answer is yes. And what will happen to the data if let's say if the internet is not available? We have a solution called Edge AI under computing that comes with the machine, where all the AI computing power happens locally. And when all the big data is created, curated, accessed, processed, and when the internet becomes available, we go back and take the data from the local computing machines, put it on our server, so the data is backed up. So hope I answers to both of your questions. One from the solar panels, second from the lack of internet. How do we still make the missions operational and get this sustained way?
Yeah, I think sustainability also was a question. Yes, we do support. Yeah.
And one key data points for all of you, based on the WHO recommendation, one doctor per 1,000 is the recommended value. For Nigeria, I think we are running way behind. We have one doctor for every 3 to 4,000 citizens, which is way behind. But that gap itself is a huge opportunity that we could bridge using this concept of preventive healthcare.
Yeah, we have a question here. Please, I just wanted to find out. Unfortunately, nobody's talking about the most important part of this product, which is the mental health. Didn't you guys hear about it? So
he was just telling me when he was presenting on mental health, he says all our politicians must go through this test. I said most likely most of them will fail. Sorry.
Well, that's the most important product actually, because I mean, if you have even done it, I mean, if this has been deployed fully, it will even be nice to know the kind of data you're getting. Because I mean, we know what we're talking about here in emerging markets. So it's interesting. It would be nice to know how, if it is possible, just a little highlight on what the mental health company is all about. Is it really what I think? Is it something different? Because you need it.
Based on the things that we are seeing, so there'll be like a checklist that you just. Do you have this?
Yes.
Do you sleep well? Do you get anxious sometimes and all of that?
No, you sleep well. Did it problem?
Yeah,
It is a major problem.
I commit on behalf of James. We'll do all those tests for free. Yeah.
It is. So based on that, there'll be scoring that then will refer you to a psychologist or no. So yes.
So thank you, Manoj. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Manoj and team online. Thanks, Rupesh. Thanks, Faiza. Lovely to have you with us here in Kenya. Thank you so much. It's quite an exciting session.
Thanks so much. Happy to get connected again.
Thank you. So it's
Cheers, everyone.
such an exciting session. I can see we could have so much more going on. Let's give them a round of applause again. I think this was the part that we wanted to show some demonstration of things at Regenesis. You know, when you talk AI and AI leadership and AI fundamentals, like Davis was talking before, let's get on to this coattail of AI. We wanted to show that whilst we're starting at the fundamentals, we're also quite advanced, hence the school of AI, right? We're quite advanced in industry AI, and that was really Viju. Let's give Viju another round of applause. Thank you, Viju. Thank you. We're running behind schedule. That's what happens when you have exciting discussions. Nobody wants to stop. And so we're coming to another conversation with the rise, and the topic is the rise of, so we're going back into healthcare. Healthcare seems to be very topical with AI. The rise of intelligent healthcare, AI's impact on clinical excellence and operational efficiency. And to lead the conversation today, we have with us Adileki Taufik Liadi, who's the Technology Executive and Digital Transformation Strategist, Officer and Head of IT for Avon Medical Practice. Adileki, there's so many accolades here. I think you're going to wow us with your talk. So I'm not going to go into your whole list of that. Over to you, Adileki.
Thank you very much. So, all right. So, previous presentations have actually made my job here so easy because with the ATM machine, we already know that healthcare can be easily assessed and in a smarter way with the previous presentation. So why this moment? Oh, sorry, I'm here to present the rise of intelligent healthcare, AI's impact on clinical excellence and operational efficiency. So why this moment? We've talked about the Japa syndrome. We've spoken about the pressure on doctors, whereby we have the ratio 1 to 3,000, 1 doctor to 3,000 patients and all that. Sorry, move to the next slide. So, yeah, so we've spoken about the pressure on clinicians and the way they move about. Some hospitals right now still don't have EHR. And then the clinicians, we have to move. Most hospitals in rural areas, especially, they don't currently have EHR because I've been to some and I've seen some cases whereby they will still have to go about with the cards, the normal paper cards, and then they still don't have the proper infrastructure in place. And then you tend to wonder what the doctors, the nurses, and the other clinicians are going through and the burden on them. So why this moment, all this encompassing is a perfect storm that currently affects healthcare. And then it brings about clinical complexity, workforce under severe strain, and then, in fact, coupled with the Nigerian pressure, what we are currently going through right now in the country in terms of economic and all that. So it's really something that is putting a lot of pressure on clinicians. Next slide. What intelligent healthcare actually means. Imagine having a system that does predictive forecast for risks. You know, a system in place that does AI diagnosis. A system that extracts structured meaning and insights from clinical notes. Imagine you having a system in place that drafts, like a system that does summary. You know, even up till now, in Lagos, we still have hospitals that when a doctor is seeing a patient, they'll still have to type and get, you know, having a system in place that does the AI transcribe, you know, automatically break down everything for the doctor. And then an automated system whereby a patient walking right from the front desk up to the consulting room, they have a very seamless and, you know, less contact with humans. Imagine that kind of system in place. And what do you think will the patient experience will look like? So when you have such system in place, this translates to, please move to the next slide so everyone can see. It translates to clinical excellence, better decision made earlier, you know, earlier detection. I'll try as much as possible to make this faster because I know so many people want to leave. So diagnostic support, medication safety, personalized pathway, and standardization. You know, all these are benefits of having a proper and very intelligent system in place. Next slide. Also, it leads to operational efficiency, less burden on clinicians, you know, call center automation. Imagine walking out of an hospital and you receive a call that sounds like human, and the call telling you, oh, how was your experience in the hospital? It's seamless, and nobody is doing that. It's just the machine that is doing all that based on the data that has been used to train the machine. So real-time appointment slots. Imagine you made a call to the hospital, like if you make a call to the hospital like a day like now, and they tell you, oh, sorry, all slots has been occupied, and like an hour after, a machine call you and tell you, oh, sorry, someone canceled their appointment. And then, you know, imagine having that kind of system in place in your hospital, you know. And then also predictive bed management, supply chain demand forecasting for meds and consumables, revenue integrity. All this translates to this. And now when you have better clinical management and then operational efficiency, what does it translate to? Please, next slide. You have time saving. When a patient walks in and the normal hospital, they'll spend about 40 minutes to 50 minutes, and a patient walks in and spend about just 5 minutes. It's something. It's about 30 to 50% time saving. It brings about quality improvement of, you know, there's improvement in quality of service. It brings about financial uplift. This is very important for the organization, for every healthcare. They want to make profit. Every healthcare organization wants to make profit. So, and the most important, because he mentioned the other time that nobody's talking about the patient experience. This is very key, patient satisfaction. If patients are satisfied with your service, they will always come back, and they will do the marketing of your healthcare organization. They will be the one to market your organization for you. I've spoken about reduced in waiting time and then lower clinical burnout. Please, next slide. All right, so in deployment of AI solution, I've heard about so many, yes, nobody has spoken about integration, because most organizations, they already have their EHR, and they want something that can integrate with their current EHR. EHR, I'm sorry, for people that doesn't know, EHR means electronic health record. They want something that can integrate with their existing EHR. So nobody has spoken about it. And, you know, in doing that, you have to, the metrics, data standards, you have to make sure your data is very clean. Clean data. Because AI, what you feed AI with is what you get. If you feed AI with the wrong data, you get a very wrong result. So also the architecture, integration of your EHR with an AI solution.
Oh, it's the cable for your...
Most organizations want to maintain their EHR as well as then integrate AI solution into their EHR. That is very key. Then the workflow, user experience, clinicians want to get done with just few clicks. They don't want to start clicking doing all sort of processes before they can get, and then the governance is very, very important. All right, so next slide. So we cannot be talking about AI and not talk about the risks and the controls. So these are the strategic risks, and then these are the critical risks and the strategic controls. So AI can be biased. If an AI solution is developed in India, an average Indian man does not really know how, like the kind of okay, let's say the kind of sicknesses that they have in India, they are not the same type of sicknesses they have in Nigeria. So imagine an AI solution provider or that deployed a solution in India, and they are trying to cater to needs in Nigeria. So I'm rounding up. So imagine that. So the privacy and security, very key. Hallucination, AI can say something else when you ask. So if you don't get rid of the hallucination part of it. So model drift, strategic, human in the loop. There has to be a human in the loop, someone that will verify everything, every information gotten from AI. Explainability, transparency, active monitoring. So implementation playbook. Okay, the next slide. I'll just rush this. So you prioritize use case, define your KPI, prepare data workflow, train pilots. You have to do your UAT, train and redesign, scale, all that has to be in place. Next slide, please. And the leadership agenda, the leadership. So someone spoke about leadership the other time and said the CEO has to be, it has to be from the board level. It's a board thing. If the CEO wants AI, the board does not approve based on cost, it won't still fly. So it has to be from the board down to the last person on the cadre. They have to be involved in the deployment, and all the standards, the data governance and everything has to be in place. The next slide, please. So setting the new standard for healthcare quality. AI won't replace clinicians. It has to, the clinicians has to work in synergy with AI. AI won't replace them. And there's this quote that I put there that AI won't replace clinicians, but clinicians and health system that uses AI well set new standard for quality, safety, and efficiency in their organization. Next slide, please. So lastly, in conclusion, I'll say the opportunity is enormous. By implementing with rigor, safety, and measurable outcome, you get a very, very effective and efficient healthcare delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adeleke. I think you followed wonderfully after Viju, reinforcing the deployment of the tools he was talking about. Thank you so much for the concerns, the solutions that you've brought in on how to execute. Viju, will you come across and pass on a gift and take a photograph with Adeleke Saidi, please? Liadi. Let's give him another round of applause. We're at the end of we've got our last session, which is a very interesting fireside chat. So this is not aimed to be a panel discussion. It's really going deeper into a discussion around culminating everything we spoke about today. And so that question that begs after today's listening is, will regulation, innovation, or control, which one should be at the forefront of AI? Innovation first, regulation later, regulation first. So which comes first? To lead this discussion, we have our very own Dr. Gitunga Muruti. So Dr. Gitunga, if you would come across as moderator. Dr. Gitunga is the Regional Director for Regenesis Corporate Education. He also is our Regional Director for areas Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. Dr. Gitunga, also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Marketing, and he has a PhD in Business Administration. I'm going to now call across the panel that Dr. Gitunga will be leading. Just excuse my throat. The first panelist to join us, Chief Technology Architect, Oluwaseun Oluboyo. Oluwaseun is the architect at IPNX Nigeria, where he provides strategic leadership in technology, innovation, infrastructure design, and enterprise architecture. Our second panelist, Ugo Umisekio. Ugo, I hope I said your name right. I was going to go with Hugo Boss. But then I thought you're not going to appreciate Hugo Boss as much as I would. So Ugo is the CEO of RedTech. Interesting conversation with this young gentleman that is part of our panelists. He's the Chief Operating Officer. He leads technology and a fintech subsidiary of his holdings, Tony's Lumiki's Pan-African Investment Group. Under his operational leadership, RedTech has processed over $27 billion or Naira? Dollars. Yeah. $27 billion. Let's give him a round of applause just for that. Yeah. So we're going to be listening to some real expertise in quantum leaping on growth and capacity building to achieve numbers like that. Oladi Adeyoyan, Senior Partner Business Developer for Cloud and AI and Cybersecurity, handling Middle East and West Africa for Liquid Intelligent Technologies. Oladele, come and say your name so that I can learn it. Oh, was I right? Okay. So Oladele is a seasoned digital transformation leader, technology strategist with over 26 years experience. His experience spans sales, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and enterprise. Dr. Goka was going to join us because we had one of our panelists dropped off, but I think she's on a webinar and she may be joining us in this discussion as well. But I think Dr. Gitunga, in terms of time, we apologize profusely that we're running over. Please engage us on this and let's make it a discussion with the entire room and not just our panelists. I see Dr. Goku is joining. There we go. So you had a bit of Dr. Goku earlier as well. She is the managing director for Iwosan Lagoon Outpatient Clinic. It's the largest in Nigeria. Over to you, Dr. Gitunga.
Thank you, Ms. Ndarani. I think we can...
you can kick off.
Yeah, we can kick off. Good. So this will actually be a macro debate. So please fasten your seatbelts because I know this will be quite exciting. Now, it's actually a basic question. Innovation versus regulation. Simple as that. Sorry? Sorry. Innovation versus regulation. And I'll be honest with you, personally, I've been in the Nigerian market for about 7 years in quite a number of industries, including higher education. And innovation has been quite a challenge. I'll share with you some, little bit of numbers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. Nigeria's tech ecosystem is fueled by a youthful demographic, about 70% under the age of 30. Fact? Good. Premature, heavy-handed regulation historically has created compliance barriers that stifle early-stage entrepreneurship. Fact? Good. So far, so good. Over 30% of Nigerian fintech and tech startups already report extreme operational difficulties in meeting rigid compliance and regulatory entry thresholds. Fact? The debate starts. Does strict prioritization of regulation kill our local tech ecosystems before maturity? I'll start with you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Short answer. I think regulation can be a stifler. Innovation, by definition, would require doing something that is unknown or that is outside what is commonplace. Meaning that from the regulator's point of view, you are in potentially scary territory. We don't know what you're doing. We don't know what you're doing it with. We don't know what the outcomes are. We want to know. We want to be sure that we can do our bit in keeping customers safe, in keeping data protected and all of the things like that. But if you don't try new things, right? If you do what is safe, what is known, then we're stuck.
Yes.
We are not going nowhere that way. So my short answer will be yes, regulation, premature regulation can stifle innovation.
Ugo?
Okay, I totally agree with him, but I want to take a little bit of a diversion. Okay, let me put it that way. So I think the key thing is sequencing, or what we are bothered with is sequencing. I don't think we should bother with too much about sequencing because, like Henry said earlier, the regulators are scared. You mentioned that as well because there's a lot that is going on that we can't even regulate. So I would prefer the regulators focus on another frame, which is outcomes, instead of focusing on methods or focusing on model. Okay. What do I mean by outcomes? There are scary things about AI. For instance, bias. Okay. What if I'm not chosen? What if this is a credit thing and I need to borrow money and my data is not represented? So you have a data issue and I'm not represented. So what if another regulation is focused on things like that? Okay, that says, oh, you must have representative data, as an example, you know, and focus on things like explainability or transparency to say, if you have a model, you need to make sure you understand the outcome. An example, you go for an interview and they say you failed. No justification. There's just that the model that was implemented, it says you failed. What if the better regulation would have been to say, don't just model and then it's mumbo jumbo and we don't know how the outcome was arrived at. The AI should be able to tell us to say, oh, step one, you missed 20% this and your average of 30, you should do better here. So it's explainable and it makes sense. Okay. Another is a human in the loop. So I would rather that regulation focuses on outcomes than focus on, because in national AI regulation, for instance, is a big deal. It may just, there's no way it won't hurt some sectors. It may cause problem here and there, stuff. So, you understand? So when you want to now do that kind of regulation, I'd rather you go sector specific, code practice, you're looking at code practice, you're looking at very, very specific stuff. You're not going too global. Thank you.
Good. Mr. Bill?
Okay, thank you. I think I also told the line of what you are just really discussing now regarding regulation. So I want to say that I think control is also an aspect that we should also consider. What I'm saying control is that most of the regulators in this country, Nigeria, some focus on both the outcome and every other thing. And some, let me use the word AI deficiency. I was in Abuja 2 weeks ago, and so unfortunate, I was talking to a PAMSEC in this country. The guy doesn't even know some common things. I was talking about LLM. I was talking about NLM. He was just looking at me. And these are people that are making policies in this country. It was a sad story in this country. So, and it's not, and when you look at, when we're talking about control now, it's also very, very important that these regulators enforce those policies. Today we're talking about GDPR, we're talking about data privacy and other things. Some of them, they don't even know what data privacy is all about, then how do you enforce it? So it's something that we need to, we've been in this forum, we need to be the one to channel this, to lead this campaign. When you leave it in the hands of regulators, they don't have some of them are clueless. So that's where so the starting point now is that it's good to have all those things in place, innovation, but when the people that are supposed to do the regulation, when they are deficient, how do you now, it's like you are feeding someone that's supposed to be feeding on balanced diet, the person is malnourished. How do you want the person to grow? A 10-year-old person still learning how to read alphabet is a sad story. And that's the case we're having in this country. So I think I so much like the organizers that are putting this kind of forum together. It's time for us in the ecosystem as people that come together to lead this. When I was in Microsoft, I had a lot of digital innovations with the public sector. I was actually leading public sector in Nigeria and West Africa. But most of my conversation, I have seen a lot when it comes to digital transformation and innovation. And some of those things, when we have this discussion at that highest level, even to the National Economic Summit Group, they put those papers together. Some of them are like pyramid in Egypt. They start those things together, but at the end of the day, it's just talk, and talk. Nothing happens. So we need to get to that point whereby we look at innovation, regulation that is very, very important. It's something that is very, very key. There's one, sorry, I just need to add this. Our health sector, some are talking about data privacy. Somebody will just come, you go to this thing, you write your name down, before you know, you find your name somewhere else. And somebody will be asking, oh, you have this kind of ailments. I'm telling you that some of our hospitals, they don't even know how to keep secret information of our patient. And outside the world, they will sue you. Somebody is having maybe diabetes or things like that. You go out and start giving such sensitive information. That's where data privacy comes in, data protection. And that is where regulators also come in. And that's a sector that's deficient in this country. There's no proper regulation. People just do things haphazardly. There's no compliance, nothing, and we need to look into that. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Kogo, what's your experience? Very good.
My experience has been regulators can stifle innovation, why innovation is disruptive. And as human beings, we tend to be comfortable once we've learned how to do something. And so when we have this disruptive technology, that people are resistant to change. So our regulators, I will talk from my sector, our regulators are resistant to change until the entire world has adopted it. If you understand what I mean. So, and that's because in medicine, hierarchy is key. So, and the older ones are not fast to catch up with the younger ones. So, it stifles what the rest of the world is doing. The rest of the world has gone very far. And our people, because, we have the seniors in that space regulating how things should be done, then, yeah, so things are a bit slow paced, we're not moving as fast. But things are changing now. But yes, regulators can stifle, especially if they are not catching up, they are not moving with the pace the world is moving, yes. And that is what I have experienced particularly. Even within even in my small space, in my small wellness space, we go around educating people, telling people about what wellness is right now. That wellness is not just about medical. It's not just about you doing your physical assessment. It's also about lifestyle. Let's teach people how to embrace lifestyle. People don't have to depend on medications. And you see a lot of doctors push back on this because it's easier for people to just prescribe. Let me prescribe the antihypertensives. Let me prescribe the so patient, but can we teach people? Can we just push and hold people's hands and say, you know what, you can do this. You can do exercises 30 minutes every day. You can do. So even the cardiologists,
they're resistant to some of these things. So yeah, because innovation is disruptive, so people have to see results. They have to see that, oh, okay, everybody is going this way. So okay, yes, I can go.
So, Doc, if we still dwell on that, but on a different perspective,
Yeah.
especially in what you do, another Nigerian reality.
Yeah.
Tech adoption is highly concentrated. So digital exclusion is highly regional, meaning health AI tools cater only for the affluent.
True.
What's that equity gap? What's your opinion about it?
Equity gap is very wide. And I can tell you, the health sector is not like the banking or the telcos. We don't make as much. In fact, please, telcos, the bankers here, please give us money. So people see healthcare as a social enterprise. And so for us to adopt technology is going to cost us a lot of money. But can we still get result from how we've been doing it before? Yes. So let's keep doing it the way. So the gap is really wide. And so, infrastructure will cater. Yeah, infrastructure would only be adopted in affluent areas where they can afford it and where people can afford to pay for it. So in the rural areas or grassroots, you will improvise so far you're getting the results. But the more we see healthcare as healthcare is not a social enterprise, it's a business, and it's very expensive, very, very expensive. We were talking about AI today. We know AI is expensive. How many hospitals can afford to adopt AI the way we should, really? So we need partners. That's why the healthcare is the way it is.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ladil, a quick one. How do we reduce this apartheid, especially in the healthcare? I know you're not an expert, but you're an experienced. You've been in the industry, the tech industry. How do we reduce this apartheid or, this gap in terms of, healthcare and even other industries when it comes to AI usage? What's your opinion?
So for me, I think inclusivity is very, very key here. She was saying something about the rural area having, well-structured rural healthcare. So I've been to a lot of villages in Nigeria where they don't even have, people are not, for them, good healthcare is a luxury because they cannot afford it. So it's high time that the government, the policymakers also look at trying to balance and bridge the gap between the rural area and the urban area. Let me tell you this. If you look at what is happening today, there is a high mortality rate, you understand, in the rural area compared to, a pregnant woman will have issues, something that probably maybe a doctor, like I was reading something some time ago that maybe this advert, somebody was making and was trying to diagnose a patient using AI. Please do this. It's very easy for a woman, for a doctor, and it doesn't have that kind of skill to say, oh, let me relate to this doctor, maybe in US or anywhere, that will kind of tell him what to do using infrastructure. But today, there is what is called infrastructure deficit. Go to the rural area, there's no light. So how do you use AI in such a place like that? So there's a whole lot of mess in this. So except there is balance and there is an inclusion, you understand, trying to bridge the gap. That's just what I want to. Yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Because of time, I think we'll just run through it a bit quickly, but there's a very crucial discussion we need to have before we wind up the day. You're aware of what we call JAPA in Lagos? I'm asking you. Sorry? You are aware?
Yes.
You've heard of it. Have you experienced it in your industries?
Yes.
You have. Good. So what is JAPA? Brain drain. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is a big question. Nigeria's largest talent challenge is actually boxed in some heavy compliance issue. So brains in Nigeria are being utilized elsewhere. As industry experts, and we'll start with you, sir. What's your opinion? Let's use a bit 30 seconds each so that we can,
What is my opinion about the fact that the best and the brightest have better opportunities elsewhere and they are taking advantage of those opportunities?
Exactly.
They should shortchange themselves?
No. What should you do?
Good. We should create that situation where it pays them to stay here or to work for us here. We have to be intentional about creating the environment that they will prefer to be here than be elsewhere.
Thank you. Let's hear your opinion, sir.
So compensation. I would chase compensation. I mean, you can't legislate it. You're not going to enforce people to stay under, a certain economic limit because you're not able to pay. So it's just like water finding its level. There's nothing you can do. Make sure you provide infrastructure, make the environment challenging. People will stay back. Yeah.
Thank you. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I want to say standardization because once everything is being standardized within the country, and you ask someone, just like what is about remuneration now, the pay package is fantastic. There's career growth. Someone has a future that look, if I move, I can move from this level to this level and grow. Then why am I going there? So those enabling environment is there for them to grow. So for me, if government can do that, that will reduce Japa syndrome.
Thank you. Doc?
Okay, so I would say, just like they have said, compensation is key. It's very key. But beyond compensation for us in the health sector is infrastructure. So right now, to be very honest with you, any young graduate, any young medical graduates, we don't expect them to stay in the country because you're looking at them and you're like, what is the need for you really? How far can you go here? Because infrastructure is key. So for us, we feel, okay, go experience it. Then you can bring your wealth of experience back into the country. But there's a lot the government has to do. And it starts with all of us, beyond government as well. See, I manage quite a number of portfolios. Even we ourselves, we don't want to pay doctors well. Trust me, the HRs, they don't want to pay doctors well. So, sir, so it starts with us. So if you're not paying people well, why won't they look for other means to get opportunities? Yes. So thank you.
Sir, you look as if you want to say something. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Thank you. Doctor, thank you very much for your honesty. Because I know that the medical sector is one area. If you're looking at disruption, AI technology is the area it's very critical, and the implementation must not be very hasty because the outcome can be disastrous. Last week, my wife was supposed to go to the hospital. I said, you can go for your appointment. He said, I don't want to meet all those AI doctors to be typing in front of you. And you know that you can also type faster than they are. So there's a lot of things going on in the medical space, and nobody should be deceived. It's not about change is good, but everything must remain the same. It's a case of being patient, and the change must be, it's not bottom up, it must be top bottom. There's no hurry, because what AI can do in the medical sector can actually create more problem than it is a gradual thing. If the number one can be in India, what are we talking about? Where is the Indian guy?
Thank you very much. Anyone wants to make a comment? 20 seconds now? 20 seconds? Yeah, please. 5 seconds. Thank you.
My question is to the doctor. So the doctor had said they need money in hospitals, right? I was at the hospital last month, and someone was telling me that, yes, he needed money, he needed to buy an equipment. And I asked, what's the return on investment? And he said, the equipment would take about 30 million and you would need like 4 years to recover, to break even. How do you make that lucrative for people to invest in healthcare? What are the plans you have for people to invest in healthcare?
As we wind up,
that's the biggest problem we have, because we feel healthcare, we work things in healthcare, model them as if we're in banking or telcos. Healthcare needs patient capital. Our infrastructure, they're very expensive. Very, very expensive. And then what is the earning power of the people? How many people will come and pay. That's why healthcare is very expensive in the US. And most people are under health insurance coverage. Healthcare needs patient's capital. One machine can cost you $1 billion, and it will take years for you. And that machine has a shelf life. After a certain number of years, you have to replace it because technology has caught up again. So healthcare needs patient's capital. It can't be worked like the regular sectors, oil and gas, all of this. No, we don't break even within anybody that tells you they will break even within 2-3 years is a lie. Because people will come again to the hospital and start pricing, doctor, how can you say you want to collect? Do you understand? So that's how it is, because people see healthcare like a social enterprise. You are saving a life. And then guess what happens? Then sometimes you don't save the life, you have done all of that, patient dies, and they go, we're not paying.
Thank you, Doc. I think we can continue the discussion. Exactly, yeah. Very nimble technology. Yeah.
It
will still not solve the problem.
It will solve the problem.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's give them a hearty clap, please. It's been an awesome session. So before you leave, please, I think, Madam Indarani, you have something for... I think if we had an hour, we would have debated heavily, especially on policy. Good, thank you very much.
Meeting right until the end. So that was interesting. And then you just show that overall, if we have questions.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
On the next start. So next speaker is everyone else. She's the Citizen Nutrition Foundation Wellness Center, hold a bachelor's degree in nutrition and aesthetics, which has provided her with a strong foundation in clinical medicine and she's passionate about helping individuals and customer communication personal helping. Education extends from work activities of wellness, which engages the mind state on the important health impact and economic.
Let's give our panel. Can we give our panel another round of applause? It takes a lot of energy to last through lunch, get through another few speakers, and then wait until the end. So you guys deserve a very hearty response for that. I think it's so important that as we come to the close of the summit, we can't see it as the close of a day. It's actually the first step and the beginning of a new future here in Lagos and in Nigeria. And so we can't leave this room with just good food, counting the hours that awaits us in traffic, and leave saying that it was an inspirational conversation, commenting on what Viju and his team did in India, commenting on whether we'd be able to retain doctors in Africa, and think whether it's just remuneration. I think beyond remuneration, we owe Africa for being born here. And so let's leave saying something very different today. I had a very exciting conversation in the boardroom over lunch of people wanting to see us breaking silos, of wanting us to come together in understanding how we're going to roll this out. So let's leave here today saying we are committed to start a national movement, something as big and bold and courageous, because collaboration is not measured by the number of people around any table. It should really be measured by the lives we impact, the lives that have transformed. And in Africa, really, if we're talking about the brain drain tells us that we have never lacked talent. If our talent is moving across, then talent is not the problem. We've never lacked potential. What we've lacked is scale, collaboration, and coordination. And collective purpose. I think we've read collective purpose across the continent. We've gone upon our journeys in our own ways, and we've left the suffering and the problems to someone else to resolve. So we started off this discussion about, will we be the history makers? And so we know technology already exists. Education institutions like Regenesis exist. Your industries exist. The partners in this room, I ask you, the one remaining question is, if not us, and if not today, then who and when will take this baton forward? So I hope and I pray that we connect with you before we leave on Tuesday. And if not on Tuesday, Vivian Okoyo and Dr. Gutunga are here in the region. Please connect with them. Dr. Marco, Viju, and I will fly across for any meeting to get this initiative started, because we are here to make this happen. Are you here with us to make this happen? Are you that bold person? That one person that can stand up and say, I am with you? I hear silence, Dr. Marco. I don't feel so confident right now. I see a thumbs up. So let's connect after this. Let's get started. Thank you, everyone. You're welcome.
People don't want to leave, you know. Someone should think on inside experience and guy. Think that nothing.